Welcome to the garage. I'm Chris. My friends call me the Candyman, and you already know what time it is. Tonight, we're drafting best ball teams. Let's get right into it. How we doing tonight, fellas? What's going on? We're going to be drafting some poodles, maybe a pit bull, maybe a best ball mania. Who knows? We're going to get into something. The poodle is closing very quickly, though, rapidly approaching. When we signed off late last night with Bindles, the poodle was at about 50% filled. I'm checking it right now, 68% filled. So 18%, 20% per day. So we're at, what is that? We'll be at 70% tonight. We'll be at 90% tomorrow. It probably is going to close midday Saturday. I have a lot left. I've got 10 poodles left. So I'm going to enter a 20-second poodle right now. If you're watching this, and you want to get in on the very first draft, hit enter now. 1, 2, let's go. I just hit enter on the poodle, 20 seconds, and it's only waiting on one, so it snapped filled. I'm going to kick it to the intro. We'll come right back around. Hartman's going to be jumping on with us soon. Extra special guest tonight. You know him. You love him. Hartman Fantasy Football. Make sure you're subscribed to Hartman's channel. The link's in the description. And while you're doing that, make sure you slap a like on the way in. If you're watching this in the future, if you're new to the channel, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you follow me on Twitter at FFB Garage. I will follow you back, and I promise I won't spam too much nonsense, too much promotion. Mostly just, some fun stuff, some other good creators. If you want to get in the best ball community, I think it's the best community in fantasy football. It's a great time. The summer is chugging along. These contests are opening and closing, but we're going to be drafting all summer long right here on the channel. You know where to find it. So come on in. Let's draft some best ball teams. And yeah, we'll bring on Hartman pretty soon. He'll be in here in a minute. We just entered a 20-second poodle. I'm in the 10 spot. I see stars in here. Let's kick it to the intro. But overall, it's like the guy can ball. Like, actions speak louder than words. What's going on, everyone? How are we doing tonight? Welcome to the garage. Let's kick it off with a 20-second poodle. I've been waiting to draft all day. Seen a lot of you guys in these streets getting your drafts in, get your poodles in. Tons of good content today. Thursday, always incredible in the best ball world. Mondays and Thursdays, pretty much every day of the week, there's always good things going on. So it's a vibe. Let's get after it. Hope you guys are doing well. Bindles, Tall King Summer is here. Hartman, GM. Hartman said he was going to be on real soon, so hold tight. Appreciate him, as always, coming on. We're going to be talking some FFPC and drafting some best ball teams. And then, if you didn't already know, this Saturday night, Hartman and I are drafting an FFPC Big Gorilla on stream. It's a high-stakes redraft league. It's my first FFPC team, and we're going to go in and do it on stream together. I'll go on Monron here. So we're going to talk some strategy tonight, talk about FFPC, talk about what the rules are, the landscape, the ADPs, players were higher on, lower on in a redraft managed league setting for high stakes fantasy football. I'm really pumped to do it. Okay. London goes. Brian Thomas, Nico, and Genty. Who do I want to go with? Amon-Ra? I'm going to go Achan. Yep. I think that's the move. Amon-Ra, Achan. Let me refresh. Hit the refresh. Get the best ball overlay popping up. with my H-hand teams, how many Amon-Ra do I have? None. So this is perfect. It's a new combo. It's exactly what I wanted. I was pretty sure about that. I didn't have that combo yet. Feels like a good one. How we doing tonight? Dirty. What's up, brother? Basque, good to see you. Putt Daddy, what up, my friend? How we doing? What's new? So I talked about this earlier, but when I got back from my vacation last week to Wisconsin, I moved HN up in my ranks. I moved him up to the 1-2 turn, and I want to mix him in with a lot of these other top receivers and get some combos. So I'm slightly fading Genty. I'm slightly fading Derrick Henry at the moment. Bucky Irving going pick 18. Are we going to see Bucky Irving going higher and higher? Josh Jacobs pick 20. Bowers falls all the way to 22 to go with Barkley. So, I mean, I'm still weighing on him on Raw. I don't like hearing the news about his knee, but the dude is incredible for fantasy. Achan, let's see if we can get to an all-new ceiling, an all-new rushing ceiling for him, touchdown ceiling, and keep up the heavy check down passing volume and the receptions there, and we'll be set. A healthy Tua. Yeah, Dirty. I don't know if the pit's going to fill this weekend. Let me check that. Let me check the pit. Poodle, like we said, 68% filled. The pit is a 10 max, and it's only 23. I bet you the pit stays open for at least a week, if not more, if I had to guess. So I feel good about that. We're back in here. Almost on the clock. Let's get it. Mike Evans would be nice. Hell yeah. Mike Evans with Devin A-Chain. I mean, you can hardly script a better start than that. The Week 17 matchups, you know, guys that can dominate and spike, of course. So I've got 2 receivers and a running back through my first 3 picks. Should I take the elite QB? It might be the time to do it. Josh Allen goes 36. I'm either going to have the chance to get Lamar or even Jaden Daniels. It's been a while since I clicked T-Mac. You know what? I might just take T-Mac. It's been a while since I've gotten him. Because I'm going to have options with Tua, Goff, and of course, I don't take enough Baker Mayfield, so I need to prioritize getting some Baker Mayfield on more of these teams. Hashtag I know ball. What up, Dad? How we doing, brother? Definitely drafting Odunze. I like money. Hartman's supposed to be on. Winning the flex. BK. GJ. What's up, brother? How you doing? That's a great start. Yeah, I like it. It does some work. Get a nice little 1, 2, 3, 4 from the 10 spot. I like how this is going so far. Yo, what up, Tyler? How you doing, boss? Hope you're having a great Thursday. As always, incredible Typhel Tower Thursday. I mean, and everyone here was already watching. We already know. But in case, for some reason, you're subscribed to me, but you're not subscribed to Typhel Tower, make sure you go do that right now. And it's hard to know if it's higher level of, you know, comedic entertainment or best ball sharp ball knowing. But the combo, it's a great one. So always make sure you're subscribed to the Typhel Tower. I said winning the flex earlier, and here he is, Nick Bach. How you doing, brother? What's good? Nick, you going live this weekend? You got any plans to go live? You streaming, brother? You drafting? I know you're in these streets. Drafting up all of the Chig Okonkwo. Not taking any Scattaboo. DJ Moore? Not huge on DJ Moore. Not huge on him. Not huge on the Bears, except for Swift and Burden and Loveland. The cheaper pieces, the later pieces. DJ Moore's fine. I need to mix him in sometimes. I'll definitely take some DJ Moore when I take McCaffrey. And to get more McCaffrey too. But, I'm always drafting from the 10 spot, and McCaffrey doesn't go that far anymore, so it's hard for me to get him at this rate. Oh, Dunze get traded? No. I just don't see it. Usually don't see players getting traded on their second year of their rookie contract like that. Pretty rare. Stranger things have happened, but I wouldn't think so. They're going to try to get something out of him this season, get a better chemistry going with Caleb Williams. Do I want Achane and Waddle, or do I go Mixon? I'm going to go Mixon and then hope that for some reason, if Waddle or Addison is there. Okay, Stars takes Waddle. What up, Stars? But I like Mixon. Now I've got two strong running backs here. And I felt pretty good that I could get someone like, a worst case, Olave, Jawan, Jerry Jeudy with my next pick. Oh, Dunze's there. But he's like 20 spots before I have him ranked. Addison is the guy I want. Jordan Addison on this team is a week 17 bring back for my Amon-Ra. And Jordan Addison. I wish I had I think I do have the clip. No, I'd have to download it. I think the clip Bindle shared with me was, I want to say, was it JJ McCarthy? No, maybe it was Justin Jefferson. I'll have to see. We got a clip from one of our Ballsy streams lately, but Bindles has the sickest Jordan Addison clip. And ever since he showed me the Jordan Addison clip, I've been taking Addison more frequently, as you should. The guy pops off for best ball. Huge spike weeks. Super talented in the touchdown department, in the red zone. Big plays, splash plays. He's getting suspended. He'll be fine. You don't win any money in weeks 1 through 3. Fingers crossed that's all he gets suspended for. Best case scenario, 1 game, no games, who knows? He's a guy that you might want to have in week 17, week 16 kind of situation. And like I said, the bring back with Amon-Ra. So I'm big in on Addison. I actually did a Dynasty trade. I traded DJ Moore straight up in Dynasty for Jordan Addison. PPR, extra points for yardage totals, like certain yardage, 40-yard play, 30-yard play, all the big play, extra points, and then it's best ball format too. So pretty stoked about that. Easy trade to do. Force Hartman to draft Kyren and JSN. Yeah, we're both on the slight fade on JSN. Him a little bit more than me, but I haven't been taking a lot of JSN, but I will make him take Kyren. You saw it last night. I took Kyren at the 2-3 turn in a poodle. I went Jamar Chase, Kyren, Devontae Adams, all in a row. Could have gone Adams, then Kyren, but I wanted to really drive the point home. Kind of like Kyren drives those touchdowns home. Then Doc, but the vibes are high after your stream with the boys. After our stream with the boys. Hell yeah. Well, it's almost Friday. It's almost the weekend. It's almost 4th of July. Let's get those vibes up. And yeah, always a fun time. The Typeful Tower stream with the boys. Always something to look forward to. A lot of laughs in there. I'm tempted to go Pacheco. or even Jones. And then I hope Mooney or Downs or Egbuka would be there. I never take Baker Mayfield, but I need to do it here if I want to get any at all. And maybe I could have pulled up Egbuka instead of Jones. Ah, shit. Problem with Baker is he's so damn expensive. That's why I have 1%. I'm going to go Hawkinson here. I've got Hawkinson, Addison, and Aaron Jones. Amon-Ra St. Brown. I passed on Baker Mayfield. I've always passed on Baker Mayfield. I'm like never going to draft him, it seems. I'm going to have to stack up with McCarthy and or Goff. I could go for Bryce Young later. Tua, potentially. Well, I didn't take Waddle, so maybe not Tua, but still, Tua passes a lot to Achane, so still could be a good fit. Hard to take Baker Mayfield to pick 87, so I don't know when I'm ever going to do it. Maybe I need to start taking Evans in the early 3rd round and then try to get him on the left side of the board. That's about all I can hope for, all I can do. Yeah, Tyler, I was driving through the rain in the Galleria area today, and all the roads were closed. They were flooded. It took me an extra 30 minutes to get home today, and I only live 6 miles away. So quick math, cars were not moving. And yeah, dude, the rain, it came down hard as fuck for a while there. Little tropical storm. A quick one, but yeah, flash flooding. Should have known, should have taken the highway. I was trying to take the back roads. I was trying to get where I needed to go, but I made it. I made it on time to my daughter's ballet practice. That was really fun, real cute. Almost 3-year-old doing ballet. Funny to watch. And then we went to the park. We played. We splashed in the puddles. Did some swings. Did some playground activities. Got home. Settled on the house. And here we are. We're drafting teams, best ball teams at the 22nd Poodle. Thanks for being here, everyone. Hope you're having a great Thursday night. Make sure you slap the like. Make sure you're subscribed. I was really surprised. The YouTube analytics told me that 43% of my viewers are not subscribed. Couldn't believe it. How could you guys do this to me? No, but seriously, make sure. I have no idea what the background is right now. If I remove this, oh, perfect. Happy says like and subscribe. Do it. I think we established last night, Bindles and I were having some nostalgia over like 90s movies. And we talked about Face Off. We talked about, shout out to John Travolta, Nicolas Cage. Everyone in the chat loves Face Off, apparently. I thought it was I love it, but I thought it was like a bad movie that people like because it was just like fun. But y'all in the chat seem to actually like it, so that was pretty cool. Man, let me pull up Luther Burden. I could do. Burden's been falling. I'll still take him. I'll take some Burden. A little bit worried about the soft tissue injury, but overall should be fine. Not the right team for Scattaboo. I mean, every team's a good team for Scattaboo, but I don't think it's the right one this time. Getting Jared Goff. See, getting Jared Goff a whole, what is that, 24 picks later, then I would have had to take Baker Mayfield. Feels nice. Baker almost made it back around to pick 106. Not quite. I'll take some Luther Burden, go to the upside, get a rookie wide receiver. I already got T-Mac, but it's coming together. Stream was a ton of fun, as always. There's no ball knowing I fear. comp for touches. Would rage quit for the JSN Kyron combo. Oh man, I'm the Chig guy. Yeah, you are this year. Definitely. Pat was the Chig guy like 2 years ago. Been out of town, but home tomorrow to go live. Back tomorrow. Hell yeah, brother. Sounds good. I'll be tuning in. Make sure you're subscribed to Nick Bach. Winning the flex. A lot of fun drafts over there too. Yeah, easy trade. I thought so. Nick has got to be at like, I would say 30% Chig, right? 20, 25, 30%. 16% is pretty decent. I mean, he goes late, so you can get a whole bag of them. If you take JSN, you got to take... If you fade JSN, you got to take Cup. Actually, I'm fading the whole Seahawks. They're just not a good offensive team. They just fired the offensive coordinator. They got a new head coach, Mike McDonald. He's the defensive coach. They want to run the ball, so take some Ken Walker. Oh, but his ankle's hurt, so fade some Ken Walker. Take some Charbonnet, and then fade the rest of them. I'll take a little bit of Cup, though. I'm not out on Cup. I'll take 4 to 6% Cup. I'll probably have the same 4 to 6% JSN. If I look at my Seahawks right now, it's going to look weird. I need to update my exposures. This is from like Sunday, and I've done a bunch of drafts since then. But like, look, JSN 3 to 4%, Ken Walker 10, Cup 3 to 4%, Charbonnet 8%, Darnold 3 to 4. You know, so that's the story there. Just kind of fading the Seahawks. They're not a good team this year. Dobbins is like the obvious first pick. I'm going to get Dobbins before someone else does. And then force them to take JJ McCarthy ahead of Herbert and Love. I think he'll still be there with my next pick. Herbie goes, Kincaid. Crazy how much Colston Loveland's fallen. People are worried about his shoulder injury. I need to get more Colston Loveland. My Loveland is at 17%. I need more. But all of my drafted Lovelands at like pick 108 to like 120 range. By the way, we did draft T-Mac in the 4th round. And if you're familiar, you already know what that means. Let's hit the T-Mac clip.
Hey,
What up, Hartman? How you doing, brother?
Pretty good. Sorry I got in a little bit late.
Oh.
Cali traffic. Good old Cali traffic. Gotta love it.
Always welcome on the channel. Always a good time to have you on. An extra special guest tonight. He's here. Hartman Fantasy Football. The Hartman. And yeah, man, no time like the present. You're here. That's all that matters. We're ripping this draft. I passed on a Dunze. I almost took him. I almost felt your spirit reaching out, for that pick. But I passed on him. I did take Burden, the actual wide receiver 1 in Chicago. So I made up some ground there. If I was
That's fair. I'm a burden enjoyer as well. So I can't hate on that too much.
So what's new, brother? What's going on? How your draft's been? How many poodles have you done?
I think I'm at 15 now. I
Nice.
kind of I kind of ripped them just because I saw it was filling so quick.
Yep.
I was worried. I was kind of thinking it might even like go further than it did today, but
Me too.
I just saw it start out so fast, and I was like, oh man, I don't want to get caught like the German Shepherd again.
That's what I thought. I had to do 14 German Shepherd slows and pure hell. Some of those are still wrapping up. One of them I just looked at was in round 11. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? That's been open for 20 days and it's in round 11. It's like one round a day or less. It's insane.
Yeah, yeah, no, some of those slows like I did some of the marathon ones when that promo was out, and
Same.
I had some of those drag on for like 3 weeks
I
also.
still have some of those open. I think I just picked my last 17, 18 round picks, a couple of those today. So I'm like, we're in the same boat. I'm trying not to do any more slows. I want them all to finish.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm definitely not much of a slow draft guy. Like I just I just don't like them. I don't know. Even I don't know. I have a hard time getting back into them. I feel like when I'm not really paying attention.
This pick coming up, we got 20 seconds to fast clock. Penix has been falling. To pass on him though, and maybe take.
Maybe Eckler or Dobbs.
Yeah, I was
I
thinking
don't,
Eckler or Dobbs. We're gonna go Eckler here.
up to you. I was
Yeah.
watching, but I don't know every player on the
I
team.
feel pretty strong with this running back room. Although I've
Yeah.
got a lot of week 12 buys, but who cares with that issue? I could maybe take one more. Yeah, I think Dobbs
Well,
is a chance he comes back around.
and you have two solid guys for that week 12 bye. Like they're putting up points if they're healthy.
Oh
So
yeah, Mixon and Aaron Jones. You couldn't ask for much more to have three of the other like for sure. What do you think about this Dobbins ADP? You gonna keep taking Dobbins past pick 130 because he's going to 120.
um I'm cool with him pretty much up to like Ramondre is kind of where I think my line is.
That makes sense. Star's got a nice deal on Penix. I think he had
Oh yeah.
London, right? Yeah, Nico London's pretty sick,
Oh,
and
double.
Mooney. That's
Oh,
nice.
nice.
I'm gonna go Dobbs here.
Yeah, yeah.
Let it hit.
Yeah. So are you looking at another quarterback or no?
Maybe. Tua. I didn't actually check to see. I think Tua's gone, and he was kind of a strong possibility with Achan.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Um, and then where did Bryce Young go? Bryce Young also went.
Oh, right
Tua
before
and Bryce
that
Young
turn.
went right before my pick, so I would have taken either of them instead of Eckler. And then I just
Oh,
couldn't do anything with Penix. I mean, I'd love to get some of him, and maybe I need to start drafting more of him and just say, hey, he's got some rushing upside, and he's just going to be like throwing a ton in the 13th round. Maybe you can justify taking him unstacked. And then it's just hard to do something late. It's such a consolidated offense. If you don't have Bijan, London, or Mooney, it's like, where are you going to get your Penix stack, right?
yeah, I mean, pretty much I saw Pitts went right before you, but that's pretty much the only other way. Because other than that, it's just Ray, right? That's really the only option.
And that's too weak of a connection for me to feel like I could actually win the tournament with that. And then
Yeah.
I've never been a Pitts guy.
Oh yeah, no, I'm pretty much out on Pitts. I mean, I've taken him a couple times if I have like if I just do like Mooney and Penix, I'll do like Pitts on that because I feel like just Mooney's a little bit too light. Like at least from what I prefer. Um so I'll throw him on there, but I don't pick him.
Do you remember when? Yeah, no, that makes sense about Pitts. I think I have him ranked pretty low. Do you remember when? I mean, I think I like Baker Mayfield. Like, I don't not like him as a person just because he went to like OU or anything.
Mhm.
And some people got tired of his like commercials he was doing on the Browns because he was so popular for a while. But I think he's probably a pretty chill guy to hang out with. He seems like a cool guy. Um, do you remember when Baker got not necessarily arrested, but maybe it was because he had a mugshot, but he got like apprehended he was in Fayetteville,
Oh yeah.
Arkansas, and he was like out drinking and he like ran from the cops and then they tackled him. Um, I remember later in that season, some fans had a sign that said like Fayetteville PD, 1 sack, Baker Mayfield tackle for loss. It was just, I don't know.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty good.
I do remember that though. That
But
was
I was saying earlier, I need to draft more Baker. Okay, back on the clock. Gesicki is there. Otten is nice. I've got Evans, so it's kind of like playing into.
mhm. I mean, I lean Gesicki in a vacuum, but I think if you want to do the Bucks thing, then it's not bad.
I'm probably gonna go with Gesicki too. I mean, I've got twice as much Gesicki than I do Otten. I don't know if there's any other QBs I'm gonna want on this build. So it's we'll make
Yeah, I
this next
mean,
pick because I've got the 2, 17, and 18. This is pick 16. Gonna need a receiver here, most likely.
you could do like Calvin Austin and see if Rodgers comes back. I don't know how you feel about him though.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know where Fryermuth went, but
Yeah.
I mean, there's always a chance that just no one really wants Rodgers.
Yeah, especially in like this smaller tournament.
Yeah.
Pat goes to the Ziggy Moo, who has Drake May, Brock Purdy. So that does seem like a combo that might take Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
fine
I
though.
mean, we'll see though, yeah.
Unless they land a free agent wide receiver, I think Calvin Austin has a nice little role. Yeah, so exactly. Ziggy Moo does take Rodgers. We kind of predicted that one. I'm still cool with. I've got these 3 receivers. The 3 last receivers I took all of a week 5 bye, but I think I've got the strength up top to be
Oh yeah,
good there. As
definitely.
long as Addison's not like suspended 5 games, which would be pretty extreme, then we're going to be solid.
Yeah, well, and you'll have all your RBs that week. So I mean, even if
True.
Addison's out, like your top 3 that early in the season, you should be okay at least.
That's
Like
a good
just
point.
with your top 3 receivers, like week 5, even by
Yeah,
then, like Evans and everything should still be fine. Good to go.
no doubt. Let me see. I guess I'm trying to think for the last 2 picks. One question I wanted to ask you, I threw this out earlier. I think I was talking with Bindles and Neil on Monday, and I kind of threw out there like, what do you think about this? Like in the 18th round, even if you don't have a stack, you just tack on a third QB, and it could be Dart, it could be Shuck. Sometimes Danny Dimes is there. Frequently, Danny Dimes is there, and it's like you could have, with Danny Dimes, you could have a Downs or a Warren or some kind of connection with Dart. Maybe it's Slayton with Shuck. Maybe you have Shaheed or Juwan Johnson. Just like some, but even if you don't have any of that, like let's move on from. So in those situations, yes, it makes sense. But if you have no stacks at all, do you think that it could be a sharp move still to grab a Daniel Jones, a Dart, or a Shuck with your 18th round pick, just to give your, like, when you have no elite QB, if you're just trying to get a third QB, and my whole thinking was, Bo Nix last year, and yes, he has a little bit more rushing upside, but a lot of these rookies are mobile. Like if you took Bo Nix in the 18th round last year, it was always a good pick, right?
Right. And I think too, like I would lean a little bit towards the guys you feel have better rushing upside, or like you
Yeah.
think will start more games, like maybe like Dimes,
Right.
just because I think it is more of an advance rate click than in the playoff week click. So you want to get the most usage out of them as you can through these like 14 weeks. And then he also has the most rushing probably. So you're thinking QB and receiver?
Yeah, and I don't think there's any Colts receivers left, but I think I will just take Dimes and because he's got rushing upside, enough.
Mm-hmm.
And then with Dart, it's like maybe he doesn't start that many games, but he might have
Right.
he might be better when he starts. And then with Shuck, it's like maybe he sucks, but he might as well start every game. So it's kind of there's 2 sides to that.
Yeah, I think to me, like I would lean least to Dart, just because I think there will be a
Least.
lot of yeah, like he would be the lowest on my list on stacked. Oh, go ahead and make your.
So Juwan Johnson's there, Terrence Ferguson, or do you like Coker or Tesla? You take a pick.
I like Coker.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah.
I don't want to force another Detroit piece like I think with Amon-Ra, that's you're making a huge bet on Amon-Ra. So him and Goff is perfectly fine. And then
And
Coker is just
then,
like a nice piece. I've got T-Mac and Coker, so it's a nice team stack there.
oh yeah. Yeah, and like I think your tight end room, like you're taking Hawkinson, like not elite tight end, but so high end that I think stacking him with one other guy that you feel okay about in a good offense, like that's enough to stop at 2.
Just pray for health that these two guys aren't out at the exact same time with tight ends getting
Mhm.
frequently injured, and then I have the 3 QBs, which even like I was saying, unstacked Daniel Jones, I think it helps because it's like an advance rate piece, like you were saying. There's going to be a bye. There's going to be 2 different weeks when I have these 2 quarterbacks on buys, and just relying on a 1 QB to score in each of those 2 weeks. Now I've got 2 QBs in those weeks, and every other week I have 3 options, and so I've expanded the number of players that can hit my actual starting lineup by like, gosh, that would be 12, 13, 14. Like I've added by just taking Daniel Jones, I've added 14 possible, I guess one for every game, but like
Mhm.
that could hit the lineup. Where if I just
Well,
took another receiver,
mhm.
the likelihood that extra receiver would outproduce one of my top 4 guys. And yes, like they don't have any overlapping buys, so it's like there's 4 open weeks to hit the lineup there. So it's plus at the best, it's +4, and they still have to jump over these other 4 guys I've drafted. For the tight end, you could argue kind of the same thing I was arguing with the QB situation, why I think 3 tight end makes a lot of sense when you don't have like an elite guy or like a nearly elite guy. And even if you do, tight ends get injured a bunch. So like adding a tight end spot there would have given me 14 more potential in the onesie spots. But then once we get out of the regular season, once we're into the playoffs, the 15, the 16, the 17, I don't want extra onesies because that's essentially, it might give you some overlapping distribution of like scoring outcomes and different games to get into. But also it's like I made the bet that Goff was going to be in my lineup like probably for week 16 or 17, and if not McCarthy. So I actually don't want Daniel Jones to hit my lineup in those weeks because I've already made these stacked bets.
Yeah, I get what you're saying because like, but well, with Goff though, even if he has like a 2 touchdown, 300-yard week, it's really not going to put up a very significant score. Where like,
Right.
so like a monitor I could still hit is what I'm saying, even with Goff, even without Goff specifically. But
That's
like,
true.
I think I do get what you're saying though. It does make sense. But I think with Dimes, the thing is when he starts any given week, like I wouldn't say he's a lot less likely to hit your lineup than those top 2 guys. And like not
No,
even as a
honestly,
knock
right.
on them. But
If
yeah.
I think of projections, Goff is probably going to project for about what 15 to 17 points a week, depending on the matchup, maybe better. McCarthy's going to be
Yeah.
somewhere in that range, let's say 14 to 16, and then Daniel Jones is going to be kind of in that 13 to 16 range. Like he's not that different.
Well, right. And if he does show a little more of that rushing, I mean, his floor might actually be pretty consistent while he's
True.
starting. Where like you were kind of explaining it too, but like, what are the odds that that ninth receiver hits your lineup? And even the third tight end, I think like Jones is more likely to give you a significant score that hits your lineup than a third tight end who like might hit your lineup with an 8 or a 9 if your other tight ends kind of suck that week.
Yeah.
But Jones can actually put up like big weeks that could, he could be a top 3 QB any given week with his rushing upside.
I And I kind of could make the same argument for McCarthy if we think he's truly mobile, but we just haven't seen it because
Yeah.
ever since his knee injury, it's like, did that take away some of his juice
Yeah,
for
and
your
like
option?
he had like 500 yards last year.
I know. And how many touchdowns?
I don't know, like 2, 1. Or did he
Yeah,
not have any? Yeah, I
he
don't
had, I
know.
think he had one. He has like 3 in his career or something.
Oh dang.
I mean, who knows? Probably good not to know Ray McLeod stats. I remember looking him up for like my deeper dynasty leagues that are best ball leagues last year, and I was kind of like, But then of course, like I didn't bid a lot for him, or he was already owned or something, so I never really got him on my teams.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like anything managed, he's completely useless. I think in best ball, he's a little bit of a deep threat. So like maybe you could throw him on, but it's a pretty weak bet.
Hell yeah. Speaking of managed leagues, the FFPC Big Gorilla. We've got a draft this Saturday night. I want to say I remember we talked about it. Pacific time for you, it'll be
7.
that 7 for you, 9 for me.
Yep.
Saturday night. Man, I'm excited.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty hyped for it. Like I really like I've been wanting to do FFPC for a long time. So so to be able to actually do one, and then I think me and you we work pretty well together on the teams and everything. So so yeah, I think it'll definitely be a lot of fun, like doing one of those together and kind of managing it and everything.
Hell yeah. You know what they say about doing a high stakes redraft managed league with your bro? You either win some money or you become enemies. We'll see which one happens to us coming up this season. Tune in, which is fun too, because like then during the regular season, which is kind of like the slow period for best ball bros, because you don't have to manage your team; it's already done. And like we'll have some things we can maybe like go live on a weekly basis, and either like setting our lineups or maybe our waiver bids. I doubt that there'll be anyone. And I forgot to ask, I actually haven't logged in. Did the draft fill?
No, not yet.
Okay, but it probably will like Friday or Saturday. Like I think people will join it like looking for a draft.
Yeah, I think a lot of their drafts like don't really get many people till like day before, day of.
That's what I was thinking.
Like I've kind of been looking at I've been looking at the site, and that kind of seems like how it is. Like day of, they start to really fill.
Totally makes sense. Oh, was I say? Yeah. So on that note, I mean, if anyone in the chat wants to draft an FFPC Big Gorilla, $350 entry, and the top prize it's a
million.
It's $1 million for the top prize, but there's a lot of prizes like throughout. Like it's not necessarily the most top heavy, right?
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, and like I'm sure you saw it in like the rules and stuff, but it's pretty cool. Like if you win just your regular league, you're already like 5x.
Exactly.
Like so it's like, I mean, it's really cool because you can, if you come top 2 in your league, you're automatically in the sprint, but you can be 3rd or 4th place in your league and win the
wild
playoffs.
card, right?
Yeah, and you can be a wild card. So a league can put in 3 or 2, depending. And if you're 1st or 2nd and win the league, then you just get like extra prizes,
which is nice because obviously it's all about it. I mean, there's the top prize, but this is not like a lottery format. This is like a format where you'd want to like. I've been learning, and I'm not like I'm not super in the FFPC streets. It's gonna be my first one. I'm super excited. But I've seen some drafters who have been doing this for like 10, 15 years. And it's all about like managing that bankroll, and they kind of roll it forward, and then they do some more drafts. And like, I think there's something to that where it's like, obviously it's hard to win, but it's almost set up in a way that if you're good and you're coming back and you're like putting some effort into it, like you can pretty much, you can break even, you can make some money, you could win really big. So versus maybe some of these best ball tournaments like Best Ball Mania, you're pretty much just like tossing money into a well.
Right, because they're all like with that, you have a lot more chances to win like a smaller win, right? But yeah, in Best Ball Mania, it's like I'm either gonna win a ton or I'm gonna lose like 70% or more.
Exactly, which is the point, because a $25 entry, you can win $2 million. Whoa, we're talking about a $350 entry, and the first goal should be to win your league. So then, like you said, it's about 5x, right? It's pretty close to that, I think.
Yeah, I think it's 1,500 if you win your league. So
right, pretty close.
It's like a little like 4.5 or so. Yeah.
So, dude, it's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to it. Tell the people a little bit more about what makes the Big Gorilla different. Obviously, it's a managed league. That's the first thing to start off with. But from the drafts we've been doing, the Poodles, the Best Ball Manias, lineup wise, kind of construction wise, ADP wise, and then there's the whole manage aspect. But just from like a
tournament structure standpoint.
Yeah, like what's the contest difference?
Yeah.
So basically the only major scoring difference is FFPC is tight end premium. So obviously like that's kind of like their big thing. That's kind of like their standout kind of thing. And then the leagues are managed, obviously. But so you notice obviously tight ends go way higher. And then in those leagues, running backs often go a lot higher too. If you look at like the ADP and stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, like way higher. And because it's managed, you're able to cut players. So sometimes it's better in those later rounds to take like a lot bigger swings than you normally would. Like I don't think we'd be looking at, for example, like a Tyler Lockett, or someone like that. We'd be more like, give me the rookie who might not even play in those late
Giddens,
right? Because we can cut him week 2 or 3 if we need the spot. Where in best ball, you're locked in, obviously. But yeah. Oh, and it's full PPR in general. So like
full PPR,
not like UD. Yeah.
But it's still 12 teams. There is the kicker and defense aspect of it.
Oh yeah.
And then it's
I
was gonna say it's
I was gonna say it's 1 quarterback, 2 running back, 2 receiver.
Yeah, 1, 2, 2. And then 2 flex. And then it's 20 rounds, so it's pretty deep too.
Yeah.
But that's the kicker defense, so it's really still 18, I guess.
Oh yeah, because you have to draft one also.
Right. And the one thing I'm not sure about, can you draft, and I don't know if why you would ever do this, but could you draft like 2 defenses?
I think so. I think you just
think so.
Because like I used to play on like MFL, and that how that worked is like you had to hit minimums, but there's no like maximums. So so yeah, we could draft multiple.
What about, so Dirty was asking, are there fees for making roster moves? How do the waivers work?
So waivers are all blind fab bid, and it's a $1,000 budget.
Right.
So I mean you can bid 0 obviously on a player. So they don't all have fees, but
right.
But yeah, it's all blind fab, and I think they roll twice a week. I think it was Wednesdays and Sunday mornings. Is that what it was?
I think that's what I remembered it being.
Yeah.
Because I was talking with Steph earlier in the week. She does her high stakes waivers column for Legendary Upside, and I was reading that all last season just to know what's going on, and then it also helped inform me for like my home league redraft that we have like blind fab bids. So I was kind of like using her article, her column, to figure out like what are people doing in high stakes. That's probably a good indication of what you could or should be doing in a home league, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, I remember checking out that article a couple times too, and just like, because I mean, it applies pretty much the same exact way. I think maybe in your home league you would be like a little bit more conservative with some of the bids in general.
For sure.
That you're willing to take the risk more, but that's probably the only major difference. It's not too much different, because you can still just like go in your home league and do that same style.
Right. What else about, so we've mentioned kind of the ADPs are a little bit different. It's tied in premium. What else is different about this format? What about the playoff weeks?
Oh yeah, so it's pretty cool with how they determine the winners too, because the 1 seed I believe is the best overall record, and then the 2 seed is the highest overall points. So even if like you don't have to worry about the whole like, oh, I scored a ton of points but I got bad matchups. You can still make it as the highest scorer even if you have a winless record. I mean, wouldn't happen, but you could have a winless record and you could be the 2nd seed based on points. Which is really cool because that takes out a lot of the variance. That's a big downside managed.
For sure.
And then the playoff weeks are week 13 and 14.
pretty
And
early.
then right. So and then also you could have a guy on bye in your league championship.
I
Right?
have
If
noticed
you
that people keep that in mind a little bit. Like some people will change a player's ranking because they have the week 14 bye. There's no week 13 buys, obviously, but
Right.
I've seen people talk about that where they're saying like maybe you don't want to be, spinning. Like for instance, Christian McCaffrey. He's kind of a player that sometimes goes in the first round, sometimes goes in the second round. People are in or out on him. He does have a week 14 bye. That also kind of should factor into his price, maybe a little bit, but also if he hits all season long, then maybe that's not. But so like in that matchup in the week
like
14,
mhm.
the weeks 1 to 12 is your pod, right?
Right. And then how that works is you play one game against each team, and then 1 week is against just league median. So it's top 6 scorers get a win, bottom 6 scorers get a loss. I think
Mhm.
that was week 7 they said. That I could be wrong on that though.
Yeah. Because of the number of teams, like, yeah, that makes sense. And then
Right.
right. Sweet. I think that's most of it. Let me just catch up with the chat to see if there's any questions they had about this format. If anyone in the chat has done FFPC leagues before, on Monday or maybe it was Tuesday, Steph mentioned that Nick Castellanos, if you're familiar with him, you've seen Nick around. Steph was saying he
Oh
apparently
yeah.
he won the main event twice.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he was in Huhaim's stream the one day he was talking about it. It was
Holy
like
shit.
crazy. Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah.
We'll see if he pops his head in here at some point. We'll say what up, but we'll ask him. Maybe we can get some. Maybe there's some magic. Maybe there's got the magic lamp or something. Maybe he already used 2 of his wishes.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yes. Get in on it, Nick. What up, Green Bean? Who hames? Up, fam? Just took my pride kiddo. Am I cooked? Well, are you playing super tight end? Because if you're starting 2 tight ends, then you're good. But otherwise, you're cooked.
I did a BBM earlier and someone did Bowers McBride.
Oh God. Yeah. Nope. Look, see, you beat me to it. You're cooked. Okay. Yeah. Back to back. Okay, we caught up. I think that covers it. One thing I was going to share, and I just put this together. I don't know how it's going to look on screen. Let me make sure I'm not. I think this will be fine. Can I maximize this? If I do view. Okay, that's not terrible. And then what I can do for us, maybe I can do like this. I think that makes sense.
Okay,
That's not
yeah.
bad, right? Like, can you see
Yeah,
that?
I can see that, yeah.
It could be worse. I tried to zoom in as much as I could. This is a board that I think this is the one that I was watching where Scott Barrett was drafting with
Oh, okay, yeah.
2, and the names are like I'm terrible with names. I have best ball brain, but 2 of the other FFPC drafters, kind of the co-hosts of one of the shows on their channel, their main channel, right? And this is a Big Gorilla.
I watch this one too.
Yeah, so McCaffrey going pick 14 is a little bit. That's probably. I mean, sometimes that would happen, but I've heard of him also going like pick 8, 9, 10 range.
Yeah, no, and I mean, I think you even see that a little bit in Underdog. Like he's a little more anchored to an area. But I think just some people are all the way out, some people are all the way in. I think in a higher dollar contest, like maybe people aren't as willing to put that risk like in that bullet, especially since it is like higher dollar cost. I think maybe people play a little more conservatively, like so to speak. Like they'd not take the risk on McCaffrey.
Which to me is like the opposite of what you might want to do. Like I think you should be taking swings because if you're just playing conservatively, you're going to potentially unless you hit the nuts and you get really lucky, like you're probably building a team that gets like 4th or 5th if you build way too conservatively. Like I think you're going to like, and you could argue that it's your 1st or 2nd round pick. That's the ones you'd want to be more conservative with. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, the ADPs obviously get more there's more variance the further you go
Oh,
along.
yeah.
But at least in the first round, McCaffrey seems like the most volatile kind of pick.
Yeah, him, and I feel like I've seen Kittle move around quite a bit also.
I thought that
Like,
was a
that
little
seems
high for Kittle,
early.
right?
Yeah, I think so.
Because
I think he's more like 2-3.
that's what I was thinking. And then so this is funny because I know I've been listening to like Fantasy Pros podcasts, way back in like 20, like 16, 17, 18 range, like way back then. And one of the guests they'd always have on, and also on some player profiler podcast back in that same era, was Nelson Souza. And he'd come on and he's a high stakes redraft player, and he would talk about like his draft. So I've been familiar with his game for like a long time. He recently did a draft with on the FFPC's channel, and one of the things that I caught him saying was he's not so convinced that taking a tight end in round one is like ever required, like that it's you can win with it, but he doesn't think that it's like required, like he doesn't. So he's kind of fading Bowers and McBride as round one picks.
That was the one that came out yesterday, right?
I think that came out yesterday.
Yeah.
That's probably why I'm just remembering it, but I listen to that. I'm like, you don't have to like go out of your way to not take them, because if you just have, Bowers at pick like 6 or 7 or McBride at like the 1-2 turn, I think it'd make a lot of sense. But at the same time, I kind of get it. Like you're passing up a lot of these super talented players. It is tight end premium, but there's a lot of differences, I think. Just because of the format too, it's not best ball, right? So you want someone stable. So maybe you're like, oh, McBride's like very stable. I don't want like a volatile tight end, like someone maybe, I don't know, someone later on might be.
Yeah, no, and like I don't know. I guess I kind of agree with it to a point, but like I really think Bowers is kind of worthy of like the like even like the 101 debatably. But I see it more with McBride, where maybe I wouldn't pick him till like the 12 spot.
That's what I was thinking, right? Because then you have more control about your next pick.
Yeah. No, that's true. Because if you go receiver in the first round, then you can kind of do whatever you want. Or even running back, I guess, with this format, actually. Yeah. So I mean, I don't know. It's tough because I really do view Bowers like almost on like just a different level where
he almost should be going like first overall.
Yeah, well, like that's kind of how I lean, actually.
I know that's the temptation, is to be like, it's too obvious, right? He should be the first overall pick in this format. Like, it's really obvious.
Yeah, because like I don't know. I mean, just if he puts up like a prime Kelsey season or something, it's just gonna be. I mean, I don't know. It just seems
better
like
because of the receptions, like, right?
Yeah.
Kelsey was always a combination of receptions and touchdowns, and sometimes he didn't have the touchdowns, but he had the receptions and the yards. The ceiling on Bowers is like, I mean, prime Gronkowski, but maybe less touchdowns and more yardage and more receptions.
Yeah, he's almost like an in between the two. It's like, I mean, like to me, like I don't know. Bowers is like already, he's probably the best tight end prospect of all time.
Yep.
It's like he showed last year, best rookie season of all time. It's like, I mean, he beat Puka's record, and it's like
insane.
I don't know, better offense, better QB, faster pace. Like it just would be hard to pass on Bowers at any point for me. But I can see the argument for like a top 3 receiver or running back over him. But he would be a hard one to pass.
Yeah, and half the time, 2/3 of the time, you're never even going to have the choice about taking him or not. Like, if you don't have a top 4 or 5 pick, you're almost never going to get him, right? It's rare. I think I have to see. I thought I saw one board maybe where he was like pick 6.
Liam got him in one early at like 8 or something. He just
Yeah.
round
Okay.
triggered.
So that's like
Yeah.
very rare, right?
That was super. That was like right when it opened too.
Typical.
But yeah.
Typical snatching up all the
Yeah.
plus EV drafts.
Yeah.
Always.
Um.
Otherwise, I think the QBs, their value, maybe this is the wrong take, a little bit depressed because of the PPR scoring format. And then it's like you get to a point where, and I'll go to the next slide too. Let me click back over here. I've got the second round as well, or the second half.
Oh, okay.
You can get to this range where it's like you could easily just double tap QBs, and yeah, you have to pick one to start every week, but that's not to me, that's not so prohibitive versus just like, oh, I have Lamar Jackson, I don't have to worry about QB, I'm always going to start Lamar Jackson. Like that's one way to play it, but the opportunity cost is like, I mean, like look at these other players that go right there too.
And he didn't even do that. He picked Caleb. But
yeah, which is
that's the funny
crazy to
part.
me.
Yeah.
That's literally insane. Why would you not just wait? Look at Trevor Lawrence going so far back here. Like, what's the difference between Trevor Lawrence and Caleb Williams as your QB2 in a managed league? Like, but I don't know.
Well, and like that's kind of how I'm viewing it too, where like I'm leaning more towards the waiting on QB. Just because they go so late. Like,
look at Stafford in the last round.
And like
Penix.
backfields in 11, 12. Like,
yeah, no, I love that. I love that. So I think you and I are kind of on the same page where it's like the opportunity cost in PPR is even higher to miss out on a league winner. Like if it's Chase Brown, if it's, it could even be Hampton. It could be, it could be, I'm leaning on the younger guys because it just makes sense but like,
well, and like where Josh Allen went, I think that could be like,
that's not bad,
debatable, but like even then, it's just with how good of value you can get on the other guys. That's
Hurts
really the issue.
Is pretty nice. Hurts is not bad.
Yeah, he just stays undervalued. Doesn't matter what site you're on.
It's funny. That's so true.
So and how are you viewing? So this is something like what I've been kind of trying to work out is like running back versus receiver. Like, are you thinking early running back? Are you thinking 0 RB? Like,
just best available pick every time you're on the clock. I don't know that I have a true strategy of 0 RB should work. If I look at this board, like I don't see a single person doing a 0 RB strategy. Maybe there really isn't. Like Hampton is your first RB. That's not 0 RB. That's more of an early anchor. But you could argue that they only took Hampton through the first 8 rounds. So maybe that is kind of unique in that way.
Yeah.
That can be pretty strong. But you just, the problem I have with that when it's not best ball is you have to know who you're starting at running back every week in and week out. So obviously I love Mason. I think Stevenson also is a kind of a fine pick. But you have to know, okay, this week I'm starting Mason, not Stevenson. What about next week? Okay, well, obviously, let's just argue you're going to start Mason most of the time. You just kind of have that like hindsight where it's like, dang, I don't have a for sure RB2. Now I'm going back and forth between Mason and Stevenson. I could mismanage this team to losing games. Like you can actually have over expected losses because of mismanagement, which is something I commonly do in my home redraft league. Is I go more 0 RB. And then when I'm trying to start freaking Jalen Warren or Zach Charbonnet in week 2, and like neither one of them hits, they both put up like 2 points, and it didn't matter. And then the worst case is like, actually, no, one of them goes off and gets a touchdown, and the other one I started. That's what kills me about managing leagues. So like, I feel like probably I lean towards, if I look at like a line here, the line is probably like, let's go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Oh no, go ahead. Which one?
I was like, maybe it's like James Conner, maybe it's like Swift or Judkins after maybe David Montgomery. That's kind of like the line I feel about RB2, where it's like I would need an RB2 by that point to feel good, but it's not crazy because that's through like 5 or 6 rounds. So then you still have, let's imagine you have one elite, either tight end or QB. Just the way the board falls, that looks like it sometimes can be the case. I mean, this team got, you could argue, one of each. But then see, they're a little bit behind at receiver.
Right. I like the CD Lamb team. Especially if they didn't take ETN and they took a receiver. Like if ETN was like Pittman. I think like having those 3 RBs up top and then you still don't feel too bad with that receiver room. Got pretty good tight ends, I think their build is one I like quite a bit.
Yeah, it doesn't have to always fall this way, but I think secretly one of my favorite builds is 1 wide receiver and 2 running backs in the first 3 rounds, or just making sure you've got 2 running backs in the first 5 rounds and then just whatever else hits. But you also so it's a fine line, because I don't really like the way teams look if you don't have wide receiver depth, like through, like you were saying, that's kind of later on, round 9, but even through round
7.
6 or 7, I would like to have 3 that are really good.
Yeah. And like I see some guys on here that like the price seems really odd. Like you were saying though, like the ADPs are always different, but like some of these receivers you can get in like those middle rounds are really surprising to me.
Yeah. So one other team I was going to point out was the team in the 10 spot with Brian Thomas, Nico. I might not take Marvin Harrison. I mean, maybe, but I might consider, I don't know, maybe Mike Evans, maybe
Tyreek.
Maybe Tyreek, or maybe even Terry McLaurin, or maybe I do just stick with Marvin Harrison. That's fine too. Cook, I think is fine there. And then Pickens is really nice. And then the only thing is you don't want to the only thing about the Pickens is that you could just go Joe Mixon there and then see what comes around, because Pickens is essentially your first flex in this scenario, right? Or no, your second. So
flex.
Your second flex.
Yeah.
So then it's like, would you rather be? I don't know. Maybe it makes sense. Okay, I was thinking of it like, I'm trying to think about like, where's your first?
Because then you start Cook and Judkins as your 2 RBs. It's not bad.
It's not bad. I love the Addison pick too.
Hate the Javonte pick. That's crazy.
That is pretty egregious. The Spears pick is a little bit weird too.
Yeah.
But I guess no, that's all right. That's the range. To me, it looks kind of awkward there.
Yeah, because it's early, but they're all going a little earlier, right?
That's true. And then Dobbins actually looks like a really savvy pick, even in that range.
So the 7th round guys don't seem pulled up too much from like underdog. Like a little they are, but not a ton, right? Comparably.
The 7th round
like
guys
nice
pulled up. So some of the receivers are similar.
Oh, I meant the running backs.
Right. Some of the running backs are.
They're like early 8th, right?
Yeah, that's not bad. That's halfway through. That is kind of a little tier break, you could say, because if you said, hey, you could have Pollard or Jones or Pacheco, I'd say I'm cool with one of those guys. And I guess on most teams, it's going to be hitting one of your flexes, or it's your first player on your bench, depending on how many tight ends and QBs you have. But if you told me like Warren, it's funny that Brian Robinson gets so discounted in PPR, but I guess that's right. B-Rob or Tyrone Tracy or Charbonnet, it's like I'm less excited about those guys because we're already getting into like split backfields and contingent value.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I mean, yeah, like Like that area
teams that
doesn't
aren't
feel like
necessarily
they're
great. On teams that aren't great, because like you could argue, okay,
right.
Aaron Jones is a split backfield, but yeah, the Vikings are going to rock and roll.
Right, exactly. Yeah, they're a much better offense, and like he should still get a pretty good workload.
It's Aaron
Yeah,
freaking
like
Jones. Like even though I love Jordan Mason, it's like I recognize Aaron Jones has been good. It's there's you can play both sides of it.
yeah, and I mean, I think like also full PPR, that benefits him quite a bit. Because
Oh,
he
for sure,
is a pretty big pass catcher. Yeah,
100%.
I kind of like I don't know, and I feel like in the 4th round the RBs are kind of overpriced. Like Cook is normal, but the rest feel
It
a
does
little
seem that
overpriced.
way. I like Hampton there though, but
Yeah.
and I don't know how I feel about Kamara there. It does seem a little bit early for Kamara versus what we're used to seeing, where he should be going by Mixon and Connor. But it's PPR, right? And he's a PPR scam.
Yeah. Like Kamara makes sense to like pull up to there, but like I don't know about like Walker or Harvey or
It's a
like
little
even
expensive
yeah.
because you're
And
talking
like
about guys like Devonta Smith or T-Mac, like or Hunter, or even Pickens and Jameson Williams, who could just be like, insane, obvious starts every week. And not that those running backs aren't obvious starts, but I think what you're saying is kind of like the replacement value of a pick later. Like, what's the difference between potentially one of those guys and then Swift or even Pacheco or like Montgomery or even James Conner a whole round later?
yeah. Yeah, no, and like I kinda like that 5th round guys. But yeah, like they just don't seem very good valued compared to the guys a little bit later. And then some of those like mid-round receiver values, they're pretty interesting too. Like Olave, for example, or like Ridley, Jawan Pearsall. Quite a bit of those like round 6, 7 receivers. Even round 8 a little bit. Like I like some of those values quite a bit.
Because you want it to be a guy who's obvious that you would want to start, right? Because then, like, I think this team messed up, or they obviously Downs is their wide receiver 3. That's just a little, but maybe they're not going to flex a wide receiver. Maybe they want to flex running back. So that's kind of one way to play it, I guess.
Mhm.
But it's a little bit harder to know once you get into this range. If you're relying on one of these guys in your flex at receiver, what's the difference between their scoring in a given week and like the guys in the next round or the next round? So you start getting that problem where it's like, I don't know, it's like a little bit of a depth problem where it's like you have 3 relatively the same options. How are you going to figure out which one to start every week? And it's so hard to, that's like the
Right.
problem with managed league. And like for me, like my challenge is like if I had I'll pick one that's kind of the same. Like I don't know. Obviously, I'd want to start Calvin Ridley over Diggs and Golden, but you could get in a situation where you're stuck starting the wrong one over and over and over again. Like, oh, Ridley put
Mhm.
up 2. The next week you start Diggs. Dig puts up 5. The next week you start Golden. He puts up 2, and then Ridley goes off for 2 touchdowns. Like it's hard to predict when to start kind of those guys. Although I like all of those guys, but that's like the issue. I want to have like clear cut starters, and obviously it's a snake draft, right? It's not an auction, so you can't like do studs and duds. But maybe
Right.
that makes me feel a little bit more strongly about getting, like you said about that CD Lamb team, getting some of those guys up top, and then pushing QB and maybe even getting some later tight ends that you still feel pretty good about.
Well, and I think that kind of works out for what you're saying with like you don't want the lineup decision to be too tough. Where like if you kind of just build out your receivers and running backs, like let's say we get out of the first 8 and we have like a 0-3-5-0, that might like be a pretty good build where we feel super confident about those, and then we push tight end and QB a little bit.
Yeah. So then push QB a little bit. How do you feel about, so this team took Dak, right, with the CD. Like that's still pretty powerful even in this format. And I don't know that. Like, I'm going to go to the next page. So Dak and Fields is what they did.
Mhm.
There doesn't seem to be much of a consensus ADP on the quarterbacks after round, or even like starting at round 10. There's a similar trend to some of what we see on Underdog, but then there's things that are just clearly different. Where it's like, look how late McCarthy, Penix, Stafford are going, even Lawrence. It seems like people in this format. I'm curious. I'm trying to like line it up. I see Brian Thomas goes with a team that doesn't have Lawrence, but the Jared Goff and Love, and then they had, no one.
So the Lawrence team did have Hunter though.
Right. Okay. Yeah, they had Hunter, but I'm just like, this team didn't take Stroud. They didn't take Lawrence. They didn't take Kyler. They didn't take Dak. They didn't take JJ McCarthy. They just took random Goff and Love that like don't connect to any other players on their team. So like this is something that happens.
Yeah.
But at the same time, drafters will take like a Dak Prescott well ahead of, I don't know, maybe he can go there typically, but they'll just like take him. They don't care like that it's the fact that it's round 11 or 12 or 13. It's like you have CeeDee Lamb, this is when you take Dak. And they also had Jake Ferguson. So I guess you're starting to double down on, your bets.
So Dak's ADP is 111.
And then the
so that's
11
quite a bit past, right?
Oh, is that past? That's crazy.
Yeah, because 111 is like the 9th round, right? Or 10th round.
Yeah, 111 would be over here. Just after Kyler.
Wow, so he fell quite a bit then.
It throws me off so much seeing it in this way, but like, yeah, I guess. Well, then Dak is just going a lot higher in this format. I guess it's because people in redraft, they're not so focused on the stacking. They will, like, obviously stacking is still a big part of it, but people are just like, oh, Dak's good, just get him on your team kind of thing. Because he's going closer to like Kyler and Baker. And he even fell in this one.
Yeah, well, in this one, it looks like a lot of the QBs fell. I'm looking at like the ADPs.
Yeah.
And like, it seems like a lot of them went later than normal.
Yeah, that's probably a good thing to take. This is a small sample size, right? This is just one draft, but it's hard to know as you're drafting. Like, let's say we're in round 9. It's hard to know the QBs are going to fall. Like, so I think the difference of a round or two for the QB you want isn't like a huge deal, especially since a QB is going to start every week. And like a guy like ET on this team is like your first bench position.
Right, exactly. Or well, like Ricky ETN, yeah.
Yeah, Ricky Etn, either one, right? Ricky ETN. They're both your first kind of bench guy. He even took 2 tight ends before his first quarterback. Like, this is, I don't know, that's a little bit of a bold thing to do. I would think double tap the tight end and then tacked on 2 more later. That kind of gets into the realm for me where it's like, I don't know why you even want 4 tight ends, because what are you going to do? End up dropping one?
Well, yeah, especially like Juwan Johnson. I mean, like if you want to say Arroyo because maybe it takes over and you have like a breakout guy, like I guess I wouldn't really be super into that with 2 already up higher. But Juwan, it's like he's just a touchdown spike week guy anyway. He doesn't really have like big upside. So what's the point of attacking him on there?
Right. And the predictability of knowing when Juwan Johnson's going to get a touchdown versus your Johnny Smith or your Ferguson, who are going to be your like higher reception total guys.
Yeah, and like, I don't know. Yeah, I just think the QBs, it's definitely worth waiting on them. And then like tight end though, in tight end premium, like it does make some sense that they would go like that you would maybe even double up, because like Jake Ferguson can be a pretty viable like flex play also.
Right. That's true. I guess I didn't think about the whole flex aspect. Hartman's going to try to fix his camera. Let me jump in here and see what you guys are talking about. We're going deep Jason, you gonna join the Big Gorilla? Shout out to the Huron River Rat. Yo, what up, Andrew? How's it going? Hope you're having a great night, my friend. Disbanded Hook'em brother, holding it down. Nick, your ears must have been burning. We were just mentioning that we were talking a little bit about some FFPC on, I think it was Monday night. We were mentioning it, talking with Steph. Might have been Tuesday night. I've been talking about it every night. I'm super excited. Hartman and I are drafting a Big Gorilla this Saturday. So we're excited to do it. Dipping the toes in the FFPC waters. It's gonna be something, but I'm looking forward to it. So yeah, we were hoping you might stop by. Shout out. Team in the 11 hole cooked, says Who Hames. I mean, I think Kraft Kincaid likely is kind of fun. And then love the receivers. Uh-huh.
Oh, sorry. Isn't the 11 spot, isn't that Scott Barrett's team? Or no?
I'd have to uncrop it, but I think so. I can uncrop it pretty quick. Let's find out.
Yeah. I mean, it's not super, yeah.
Oh, wait, no. They had an overlay.
Oh.
Oh, no, it is. Because look, you are here, and you can see his next picks coming up.
Oh, yeah, huh? Yeah. Yeah, because I was just pretty sure that was the spot he was in. It's just funny that Who Hames like, oh, that guy cooked.
That guy cooked. That guy's got a nice team. Yeah, I mean, I do kind of like this team. Let's see how the second half went, because with Josh Allen and those receivers, that's going to be hard to beat. I think the running backs are good enough. The tight ends are good enough.
Yeah.
Interesting. A lot of contingent value for running back, and then some projectable volume.
Is Dobbs his fourth receiver?
Yes.
Yeah, wow.
Oh, sorry. Old promo. His fourth receiver, because what's the point of taking another receiver if you're just going to start those three and then the running backs kind of fell? Maybe by the time he got to so Isaiah Pacheco's his second flex, right?
Yeah.
Maybe by the time he got there, he looked and he saw Kupp, Myers, Downs, and he just said, you know what, Reed, I'd rather start a more consistent touch, week in, week out kind of guy, whether that's Pacheco or then Brian Robinson. So kind of in between those two picks. Mm-hmm. I guess that's how he's playing it, because I would have thought that maybe you grab another receiver. I probably would think to grab Downs or Reed or even Shakir or Diggs or even Myers, of course, over Brian Robinson. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I probably would have leaned Downs over Brian Robinson. Just because he doesn't have the pass catching role as much. So right. I don't know how good his upside is in a league like that. I will say running backs obviously are more injury prone. He did get Mixon, who's a little bit older back. So maybe he was thinking to be able to fill that position better. Just because he could also start the tight ends in the flex. And or the third receiver, right? So maybe you just want more running back replacements.
That's true. Yo, what up, Coolers? Nick giving us some knowledge. He's saying QBs are pushed down because of the waivers. So I guess you could say, oh, Jackson Dart starting. It's week 5, and then you rush to waivers to grab him, but you don't have to roster him before that, or maybe you stash him. Obviously, he didn't get stashed in this one because Stafford was the last QB taken, which to me is mind blowing. But
right, well, and so there were, so even weekly, there'd be guys like Geno, Darnold level, just sitting on the waiver wire, right? So
makes sense though.
Yeah, it does make sense. So yeah, I mean, I definitely think waiting on QB though.
What up, Steph? How you doing? We're just talking some FFPC. Got the Big Gorilla coming up this Saturday. We're gonna Hartman and I are gonna stream our draft Saturday night. So make sure you guys tune back in. We'll see you there. I wanted to check to see. So his second QB he didn't take one. That's right. So that makes total sense, right? Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Somewhat of a early bye week though. Not the earliest. You'd have plenty of time to figure it out by week 7.
Oh yeah. Plenty definitely. And I mean, yeah, just looking at the QBs who didn't go drafted too. I mean, you you could just stream it, right, for 1 week. Because if there's going to be that many starting QBs out in the pool, you can just stream it for a week if you have to.
I'm not saying he's the blueprint, but I really like what he did with the contingent value running backs on good teams, like the 49ers, the Rams, in the Bucks. If I thought of offenses where it's like, I'm not going to tell you the name of this running back, but I'm going to tell you that that team is starting a running back in a given week and you can have them for a cheap price, I would say I want that.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, I think he played that like really well just with the RB room because he had 4 solid starters. So I mean, just take like pure contingent guys on good offenses, like you said. I mean, yeah, it seems great.
He didn't overlap any of his. He didn't handcuff at all. He took like these to me are also kind of intriguing running back choices. You could argue Mixon, Swift, Pacheco, and Brian Robinson are the assumed starter / Robinson is like maybe the first 1A that has any risk of like losing snaps. But then there's no overlap there with any of his other, like, obviously he's like not handcuffing himself. He's handcuffing other people, which I think is really smart to do. And then with his upside wide receivers, which is like his fourth, who could be his fourth receiver out of this group, it's guys you could cut if we decide, Coker's not seeing the field. Like, okay, Boute's not seeing the field. They're totally cuttable. So, like, to me, it makes a lot of sense. If I took a receiver up higher, like Christian Kirk or even like Burden or Trey Harris or Pittman, I'm not going to want to cut them. I'm going to be like, I can't cut them. He could be good. But in reality, it's like, because you can't cut that guy, and you'll have other options of people to cut later, but to me, it makes sense because you can kind of cycle through players faster if you have less, if they're more kind of like, if you told me I had to drop Coker or Boutte to pick up somebody that could be a league winner, I'd be like, yeah, cut him. Let's pick up this new guy. But if you're like, we need to cut Jalen Knoll or I don't know, Pat Bryant or Jack Besh right now, I'd be like, well, let's just see what happens. Maybe they're going to get better over time. So like some of these guys could be traps that like you should be cutting them, but like you're a little bit afraid to cut them because you spent up on them. I don't know if that makes sense, but kind of get what I'm saying about like. So I think,
yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, just where you're putting the capital, like you're not going to cut a guy that you take in the 11th or 12th round nearly as easy as like. Yeah, nearly as easy as just a late round pick. Like, especially like a Kayshawn, like, and some of these guys too, like Coker, Kayshawn Boutte, you'll kind of get a feeling of how involved they'll be, like even week 1.
Immediately. You hit the nail on the head. That's what I was thinking is like, you'll know where these guys stand. Like, does Dubs just is he not tasting as many snaps? Because he's like the first fringy guy on this roster, and I don't think he's even fringy. I think that's a good pick still, but you could see a scenario where it's like he's not getting any targets immediately. Like, they're still running the ball a lot. Golden has taken over, and they just don't look his way. But then for Coker, it's like, he's not even like he played 25% of snaps, or Boutte, he played 30% of snaps. Like, cut, like go pick up somebody that's already on the waiver that you want. And so all I was saying about that is the way that he took the tight ends, I think is also really interesting because he like triple tapped it in a row where now you're not going to cut any of those guys. You're going to ride with all 3 of those all season long. And like, that's like your, whichever one of those guys is consistently performing the best, you're just plugging in, and you want to be Kraft and maybe Kincaid for the stack with Josh Allen. So it kind of makes sense too. You'd see something coming with Likely because you're only going to be starting him if, Andrews has an injury, he's out. It's like, okay, that might push Likely above these other 2 in a given week. But otherwise, so like these are not really cuttable players. These are like players you're going to want to keep all season long and see what turns out. So in this range, after I filled out my starting roster, switching back to the position he hadn't already gotten. So like he has the elite QB, but then he goes to tight ends, and he gets a bunch of them here. To me, that makes a ton of sense. Kind of what I was getting at. Like, you couldn't even start Pittman or Mooney. Like, they're not even on your startable because you already have players you've invested in to start over them. So now you're trapped into holding a Pittman or a Mooney when you can't even start them. except for a bye week or if injuries happen. So that's a little bit of a trap, or maybe you say, oh, I got to start Pittman this week, and then you're second guessing which starter you're actually playing, or you're losing value because you actually need to be starting guys at these onesie positions instead of having depth at the where you've already got it like figured out for like the 2 flexes.
Right, like maybe with those more like depth piece, like wide receivers or running backs, like maybe you just aim for pure upside. Like you take more
Yes.
like a Keon or a Burden instead of
Yeah.
like not over Pittman probably, but like maybe over Pittman. Like for those guys, if you feel good about your other receivers, you just take the giant swing to see if they're like going to be a breakout, because Pittman could have a good year, but he's not going to be like top 12 even probably, even in a good year.
Yeah. I think it's like putting ourselves in a position to allocate the draft capital appropriately so that we're not over invested into any one position group, where then we either can't take advantage of like a falling value, or we have value stuck on our bench that we can't start. So I think what you were saying about depending where we are on the board, like, yes, we could go elite tight end, but if it doesn't fall to us, because a lot of these teams don't have elite tight end, don't have elite QB, and then you just run into the trap of, are you stocking up on too many high draft capital bench players where you should be grabbing a onesie, and then you feel like you're reaching for the onesie. So it's like better off to get the onesie like where you can meet them. Like here, just take Josh Allen, make sure you got your starters figured out, and then you're hammering the other onesie as soon as you've got that done. The opposite case of that might be a team over somewhere else that has like McBride, Kyler, and then let's see what he does. Well, he didn't take anyone after Kyler, so that kind of Well, I don't know. Maybe QB is the one spot though too. It's you really can take one guy or two and then feel like you're good. So that's kind of okay. That makes sense. Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think you can just stop at one even with a lower end guy. Like unless you really feel a good value on a later guy. Like even let's say you just got like Goff or Dak or Stroud, Herbert. Like you could stop at one with any of those guys, I think, if you wanted to, unless you get a value that you like later.
That makes sense. I guess the trap here is if you have Dak and Fields, how do you decide who to start each week?
Yeah, no, I do think that is like a really tough one that gets people. Like obviously having the flexibility is good, but it does make it really hard where you're gonna have weeks where you start the wrong guy. You know, that's almost a guarantee.
100%. This falls into the trap where it's like you're not going to drop Fields, but you're missing a shot of an upside player in this range, and you're also missing the opportunity to be able to cycle one more player off your bench to pick up someone off of waivers that could be a league winner, because you would never drop Fields. Like obviously, okay, you could drop Deontay Johnson, you could drop Giddens or a defense or whatever, pick up another one, but just like the fact that you've got Fields, it's one more roster spot you're committed to never dropping. So you're just carrying this guy, and maybe you're starting him over Dak, but you shouldn't be. You took Dak, and then what if you start him over Dak and he puts up 5 points and Dak does 20, and you've lost a game above your expected, like what your output would have been because you mismanaged. So that's pretty much. I might be thinking about it too much, but those are the things that haunt me at night in my managed leagues over the years. You know, I've been doing my home league, my managed league with my buddies. It's $100 buy-in, but I consider it's not high stakes. It's high stakes reputation. It's high stakes, you know, for the ability to brag about it, who can win, not coming in last place. We make last place so our drafts are every Labor Day. And we go to a location, we rent an Airbnb, or we go drive somewhere, we fly somewhere. We all come together, and we're in we're getting close to year, not 20, but we're past year 15. So we've been doing it all since high school, the same group, 10 guys. The loser of the previous year has to bring a dress and wear it the entire draft. And it's usually about 6 hours. It's an auction draft.
Yeah.
So it's usually about 6 hours to get it done, 5 to 6 hours. And they have to draft in a dress. It's always hilarious. I've never worn the dress. We've been doing the dress since like 2000, I want to say 18 or 19. I've never gotten dead last. But I also haven't won the league since 2016, 17 was the last time I won it. So it's been a while. And yeah, things that haunt me at night. Like, so I've had tons of years in this league where I missed the playoffs because of one start sit decision, which happened to me last year. I won't go into it too much more, but like these are things that keep me up at night in managed leagues is like, did you set yourself up for failure because you made your decisions too hard, because you drafted too many good players? And it's also easier to do in the auction leagues where it's like, if you don't go studs and duds and you just go like equally weighted good depth, then you're completely screwed, because how are you ever going to figure out who to start?
Right. Yeah, and like I've had similar thing. Like my main home league, I don't think I've won it in like 6 years, but I've been in the championship like 3 times. And it's like those ones are painful.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Well, sweet.
Yeah,
I think please go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, one other thing is like maybe if you're taking a second QB, maybe it's a guy you really think can like ascend to a different tier, like a
McCarthy.
Caleb, a Drake May, McCarthy, Herbert, Tua.
Yeah, Drake May.
You know,
I guess
yeah,
that's
like
the
maybe
argument
like
for
May
Fields,
over
but I feel
Fields.
like Fields and Dak both have like a similar value to where they're going, in a similar like high upside in a different way, like the passing versus the
Right.
rushing. But
Well, and they'll just both always kind of have those limitations of like Fields will never be like probably even a 4,000-yard passer,
sure,
and Dak won't ever run for 400 or 500 yards.
yeah,
So
yeah,
where like a Drake May could do both, right? Where like
true. Or Justin Herbert, who knows? Maybe he comes
Herbert
back
too,
and
yeah.
gets active. Michael Penix, who knows? I think a trap on this one is like the Goff love. That to me is like the opposite of what I'd want to do.
Yeah, that's wrong QB every week.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. Yeah, you're playing the wrong one every single week without fail.
Yes. So Nick, we're gonna be streaming it this Saturday night. At remind me again, is it 9? It's 7 p.m. your time, right?
Huh? Oh yeah.
This Saturday night, we're gonna stream the FFPC Big Gorilla draft that we're doing 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern. Shout out Harambe. Man, it's been a while. That's like a decade ago. Nick, you were even alive when that happened, you young gun. Streaming, yes, that night. Thanks, Steph. The winner's already been drafted. Oh shit, we might have to change contests. Hartman, Nick said he's already drafted the winner for the Gorilla.
Oh damn, main event time.
Hey, second's a pretty good prize too. Just need 3. Tight end in the flex. Tight end in the flex can make sense. I guess we didn't really cover that whole aspect of it, but you could definitely be flexing tight ends or running backs. That's kind of a cool idea. Yeah, no winning team has done a bully tight end build, so that's something to avoid. That makes a lot of sense. Of course, it would help you maybe get out of your pod at the very best case, but the worst case is like it doesn't help you as much. I mean, I don't know, because I guess you can always flex one, but I think you still just don't want that. I think there's higher consistent upside with a receiver or a running back that goes in the first 3 rounds than having both of like McBride and Kittle. Like that doesn't seem like a winning formula to have both.
Yeah, I could see it maybe if you could get like McBride and Bowers somehow. Obviously, you can't, but
Right.
like maybe with those two, because they could actually spike like that and be consistent like a top receiver. But it seems like it'd be tough. Like it doesn't seem optimal either way.
Yeah, it must have been possible last year because I don't remember where Bowers was going, but
Oh yeah,
you could have done it. But no
well
one,
Bowers and underdog was like 8th round, so probably on
Yep.
here maybe like 5th or 6th.
Yeah, they were probably pretty savvy to him. So I can't remember. Like I watched a bunch of those drafts last year too.
Yeah.
Winning teams had Bengals. Yeah, it's funny because even in these different formats, the same themes are usually what win across all formats in a given year. So it's like you'll talk to one of your buddies and he's like, "Oh, I won my home league. I had Burrow Chase, and I had Chase Brown, and I had Bowers." It's like, "Yep, that consistently was winning, regardless if it was your home league, best ball tournaments, FFPC." So like, it is somewhat of you need the right guys.
Yeah.
The,
Yeah,
the
and
larger
like
the tournament
this
gets, the larger the field, the more right you have to be on like those guys.
Right. And like this could be a little different than like what wins on like Underdog or DraftKings just because it's a sprint format, but like last year, yeah, it was just kind of all Bengals.
Oh, that's interesting.
Hmm.
Right. So this was going back to who name's asking about Bowers of the 101, which is something that about 30, 40 minutes ago, Hartman and I were starting to like question and wonder and think about. And then since there, we've gone down a lot of different rabbit holes, looking at the ADPs of this draft that was done a couple days ago, within the last week for sure. I think this one was.
Yeah. I think this was like last Wednesday.
Yeah. 5 viable 101s. Yeah. If you have, 100%. I think so too. It's a get your guy situation because unless you got a big bankroll and you're ripping a bunch of these. I don't know this for a fact. Is there a max
Well,
entry?
I don't think so. I didn't see anything about it.
I didn't think there was, but like who's doing 10 of these? Like no one. So like you're not going to have or 12. You're not going to have one of every first round player. You're going to have to get your guys as long as you can, ADP permitting, right?
I mean, some people are out there doing multiple main events. So I don't know. There might be people ripping like 30, 40. This might be like their BBM. Like
I guess
150. I'll just 150 it.
if you've got the bankroll at the end of the day, it's just another number.
But like, I even think you could extend that with what who was saying if you only had one draft. Like in this, you could even say the top 7. I think.
But also, it's like if you have one draft and you're at the 112, you lose your say to like ever having a chance to get McBride or Bauer. So that's just like part of the game.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Do we know our pick yet? We don't because it hasn't filled, right? So like we won't know until it fills.
Yeah, I don't think we know until it fills. Yeah.
What up, Peppertone? How you doing? Hope you're having a great Thursday night. You'll get one, Hames. There's plenty of time left, right? Like this doesn't officially close until the right before the NFL season starts, right?
Oh yeah, this goes like all summer. I mean,
Right.
it is like a max amount of leagues or whatever, but I think it'll be like kind of like a BBM or something like most of the summer.
I tend to reg all my stuff late in the summer. But yeah, regging late because you have more information. Well, Hartman and I are going to rip this one just to kind of. Well, Hartman, I think I asked you this. Have you done FFPC drafts before?
No. I've always wanted to do them, but I haven't actually done one before. Yeah.
Right. So for both of us, it's our first one. We're going to see how it goes, get into it. I think if you do like many of these, like imagine having 5, it just becomes somewhat tedious to do the waivers and to be on top of everything and your start and sits. Some people love that kind of stuff. For me, I'm more of a best ball bro. It's like I'd rather just draft, right? But probably my limit in my own head would be like, man, having like 10 managed leagues would be insane for all these things. You have to lean on, columns like Steph's or other things that you can get access to. And maybe there's tools that like consolidate your view of your teams. I don't know that exists, but maybe people are doing it. But all that to say, I think depending on how our draft goes and how we feel about it, like there's always opportunity later in the summer to do another one or get into a different specific type of FFPC draft. I mean, there's even best ball drafts over there. I think there's like a $35 one, right?
Yeah.
So there's other stuff
there's
out there.
yeah, and that's like no defense, no kicker, like just like normal best ball.
Right.
But I mean, yeah, it's definitely like a site I've wanted to try for a long time, and I don't know. Yeah, I think it'll be pretty fun. I mean, I do feel like
you can just wear the dress out of your own, style choices, but no one has seemed to do that yet. Yeah, that makes sense. For Rockstar, do you know what that is, Hartman?
No, I didn't really know what that was.
You're always ahead of me. You're faster at reading through the chat than I am. I'm like always 10, 15 minutes behind. You're always like a minute ahead.
Yeah, I was reading through some of it too. I was trying to figure it out.
Okay, I think. Well, actually, are we caught up? No, there's a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yo, what up, David? How you doing? Oh,
Oof.
that's tough. Pod luck.
Yeah.
This is great. We've got some people in here who have, done some of these, won some of these. We got a lot of good questions. It's been a fun segment to dip into. I think we'll cap our conversation here. Any last closing thoughts on the tournament, FFPC, or the format, Hartman, that we haven't touched on?
No, I mean, I think we covered it pretty good. I mean, I think we kind of explained how it worked and everything, and obviously a lot of the people in chat already kind of know, but yeah, I mean, I think we covered it pretty well.
Coolers, you're an FFPC maniac. You've got 10 mains this year.
Dang, nice.
Incredible. Well, that's kind of the thing. People who've been doing it for like multiple years, they tend to like roll it forward, right? So that could make sense. So my whole point about, I think we've covered the stuff is we should rip a poodle. Are you still good on timing?
Oh yeah. No, I'm totally good.
Hell yeah. I don't want to leave people hanging, and also I got to get through these poodles because they're gonna fill, and tomorrow is gonna be. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow. I think I'm not sure if I'm streaming it tomorrow night. I think I might just be chilling and doing some stuff offline, and I'll probably get some poodles in offline too if I don't stream. But we're streaming Saturday night for sure. It's Thursday night, so it's coming up soon. The poodle at 71% filled. I think it's starting to slow down a little bit.
Yeah, I think so too. I think with it being a 20 max, like there's I don't know. I think it's just slowing down quite a bit with it being 20 max. I think they're starting to get people who already maxed it. Oh yeah. Yeah, you knew about that, right? I guess we did forget to mention that.
Yeah. So that gives, would that influence the end of your picks where it's like, oh, this player we know is playing Thursday or Friday night. Let's take him in like the 18th round, and then we can like.
I think definitely for kicker and defense.
Ooh, that's smart
for sure. And then for other positions, I mean, like if we're looking at a more like we could use it as a tiebreaker. Like if we were really debating, like let's say, I don't know, like a Jaden Reed, Stephon Diggs, if one of them played early or something like that, maybe we lean into that a little bit. But I don't think we should like take a player we like less because of it. I don't think that would be worthwhile.
Yeah, I get that. Kicker and defense, that's a fun way to think about it. Nice. Well, sweet. So before we jump into this poodle, thanks for being here. Thanks for chatting with us tonight. Hope you're having a great Thursday. This is Hartman from Hartman Fantasy Football. Make sure you're subscribed to his channel. He's putting out best ball content always you're seeing him in the streets, in the chats, and being sassy, being a little bit sassy in the chats. But then it comes on stream, the nicest guy. So I love to see it. Always a fun time having Hartman on. We're about to rip another poodle, but make sure you go into the description, go over to Hartman's channel, make sure you're subbed there. Also, make sure you've hit like on this stream. I appreciate you guys for being here. I think we're up to, I have no idea. You can't see it in StreamYard, so I'll pop over here. 24 likes. We can do better than that. We can do better than that for sure. Let's get that up to like 30 or so. We're about to rip another poodle. So if you've been waiting, let's put it in now. Entering the poodle now. If you see it in the chat, I'm literally doing it. So it doesn't matter how delayed we are. I'm hitting enter on this poodle. It's a 20-second. There's not any other option. But also, we're ready for this. It's just a poodle, right? Just rip these things. And we'll see what spot we get. I will say, out of my first, this is like my 11th poodle. Out of my first 10, I've gotten more picks at the front of the board than I would have thought. I've had like 2 101s. I've had like 2 102s. But you know me, we're going to be picking from the 10, 11, or 12, almost certainly, just the way it goes.
Yeah.
I'm willing to be surprised.
But I mean,
I haven't picked from the middle of the board in a minute.
I mean,
Ayo.
there we go. That's not bad.
Not bad at all.
And yeah, I don't know. I might just something you were saying earlier, like I might be streaming for a limited time only. Because I don't know if you heard California, they might ban.
Oh shit. I didn't know where you're going with that. I was like, why? Oh damn, that's crazy, dude. You guys need to write your representatives and tell them that degenerate gambling is actually good.
Yeah, well, it's a game of skill, right? It's not a game of chance. Come on, this game is beatable. So
this game is, tell them this game is beatable, and we're all going to lose anyways. So just let us play.
Yeah, but yeah, next week they're sounding like it might get banned.
That's insane, dude. You're gonna have to. You don't have anywhere close you can go. Like you have the ocean, and then you've got a long way through California. I guess you'd have to go to like
Nevada.
That's like a pretty far drive, isn't that? That's like ridiculous.
Yeah. If it does happen, I'll probably do it like once maybe, and just do like a bunch of slows, maybe like twice, like near the end of summer. But I don't know. I'd probably just do that.
You're gonna end up like these Canadians who are drafting by proxy.
Yeah.
Except for Cody, but he's in a different province. So I think we both agree on CD. Any other?
Yeah.
Would we mix in a Bijan? Only at 2%.
I mean, if you want, that's fine too.
Nah, I like CD too much.
Yeah, I mean, I always lean CD.
It's too easy.
I looked today at my exposures. I'm at 22% on CD.
Nice. Well, see, mine's not updated. I haven't updated my exposure since Sunday afternoon. But that reminds me. So I was going to do it before the stream. I never did. I'm at only 14% CD, but if I had to guess, it's probably still like 15 or 16%.
Yeah, no, I mean that's a pretty good clip. And then so you're mainly just kind of fading the running backs more.
Yeah, I go 1, 2, 3 with the wide receivers, and then I go Saquon, Bijan, toss up. I used to have Gibbs ahead of Bijan, but that just meant I got no Bijan, and I still get no Bijan with him behind CD. So it doesn't really make a huge difference. But then, yeah, that's kind of it's really the first 3 receivers is I'm most confident in that. I just like starting that way. Teams feel better.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way. Well, especially like Barkley. Like I'm fading him pretty hard. But even Bijan and Gibbs, I'm like at field or under on both.
Gotcha. You take Puka over Gibbs sometimes?
No, never.
Okay.
No, Gibbs at 6. I always take Gibbs at 6. But
right, if he's there. But it's just the question of, I feel that. I had this list of like players that I wanted to discuss about FFPC. We didn't get to them, but I think we like naturally talked about a bunch of them. But one of the ends of my notes is this is as far as my research has gone for kickers and defense. Here's my research on kickers. It just says 2 words. It says Cameron Dicker.
Yeah, that's a good one.
He's Longhorns. That's how I know who he is.
Oh.
And he, otherwise, I don't know kickers, but like obviously kind of, but not really. And then, Justin Tucker's banished. So,
Well, I mean, like usually the highest scoring one the last couple of years has been Dallas Aubrey.
ooh, that's, yeah.
He's been the highest scoring, but he goes a little earlier, I think.
Got the dome.
I actually like Cameron Dicker a lot because like Harbaugh will kick field goals instead of going for it most of the time. And they should be a pretty good offense.
And Dicker the kicker. It's like, it's too obvious. I've moved Bucky ahead of JT. How do you like to play it in this kind of spot?
I mean, I like JT more, but Bucky's fine too.
No, we'll mix him in. We'll mix him in because I like him too, and I seem to be a little bit low in exposure, and it's probably because I'm tapping Bucky more often.
So what's the reasoning for that?
Probably just the offenses, probably, where I have a little bit lower confidence in the Colts. Although like the Colts can always suck, and Jonathan Taylor can like eat and like get his, but I think it probably originated from some uncertainty about who's their quarterback. Although we've started to solve that piece, and then just, I don't know. But obviously, like Jonathan Taylor, you could argue he's like worth going at the like 2-3 turn range, like next to Derrick Henry or even Achane. Like, I think this round 2 for me, it's a lot. There's a lot of good options. I don't want to be out on really any of them.
Oh yeah, definitely. And like, I think you can definitely debate Bucky with Taylor. We're gonna make this pick quick.
So ADP, it would put us to Marvin Harrison or Garrett Wilson. I don't have a ton of either, or Tyreek Hill. My ranks, it would be probably Garrett Wilson. How do you feel?
I lean Garrett Wilson also.
That's fun because the reason I lean more Garrett Wilson is the obvious that you can get a stack with Fields later, and it like is kind of a fun way to play Fields. Although it's like Fields is just as good without Garrett Wilson, but it just gives you one more kind of lean towards Fields.
Well, and I feel like with Garrett Wilson too, it's like a very safe pick where he's going. Where like even if Fields is a bad passer, just his target volume will keep him there. And if Fields does surprise and is a decent passer or just touchdown luck, then Garrett Wilson could outperform also. So I don't know. I like him because he feels pretty safe, but he also has some upside.
True. What up, Steve? How you doing, brother? Nice streams earlier today. Always great stuff from Fanspeak. Appreciate you being here, my man. CVK. Oh, I couldn't figure out what that was until I put it on screen. The Candyman. Yep. What up, CVK? There's me. I'm entering the poodle. Hartman, how does it feel? I never asked you this about being on the stream. We're orbiting some planet right now. We're out in like deep space. There's some kind of planet that we're orbiting. With this background going on, we're lost in space. How does it feel being in zero gravity, being out here, interstellar range? Is it good? Are the vibes good?
Oh yeah. I mean they're always good over here.
It's a little cold out here in deep space, but yeah. I mean you're literally living inside of the ADPs. I mean. Literally, currently, you've got the setup. You're in the ADPs. You've memorized all of the players. What's been going on with like ADPs lately? That's kind of you think is wrong or just like surprising to you, like in the last week.
Probably Mixon's falling too much. What else has happened? Besh is probably taking too much of a hit. He was already too expensive. So
he was already too expensive, and he is taking too much big of a hit.
That's the hard part with like if you say his old price was fair, then he's taking too much of a hit. But I hated his old price, so maybe that's why he's falling so much off a little bad news too, because maybe his price was kind of fragile anyway. But Mixon falling like. I think it's just too much. Like he's kind of falling more than Harvey even. Like Harvey falls sometimes quite a bit, but not a ton.
So by ADP, it'd be like Cook or Hampton or Kittle. I've moved up Hurts pretty aggressively. but I'm open to whatever.
Uh,
And Pickens. Who do you like here?
I like any of them. We could go Pickens for the double, or like Cook
That's
is
all you had to
fine.
say.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
I love
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I think just with all those picks, though, like I pretty much like all those guys there. So that was kind of tough. I'm not very big on James Cook, but if you're getting a
Same.
little value on him,
Sure.
then it's okay. But I don't love James Cook in general this year.
I
I
don't
think
either.
he kind of had a sun run on touchdowns, isn't a full-time player. He had like a bunch of like 40+ yard touchdowns, which is good, but it just seems like everything worked perfectly and not being a full-time player.
Huh. Trey McBride and Kittle. That's kind of interesting with only Justin Jefferson. I would have
Yeah.
liked to have gotten Kittle there. Oh well. Do,
Yeah.
do you think we take Hurts at 52 because it's like too good to pass up? Okay, Steve did it. I like,
Apparently not.
obviously I pull Kamara up a lot, but like ADP wise, it's like Chuba or Flowers, Waddle, Mixon, Ridley.
I'd go Kamara if it's a running back, but any of the receivers are fine too.
I'm cool with Kamara. I'm super in on him. I've been taking him so much.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I mean the only downside is like they do have the same bye week, but I mean that's not like the end of the world.
Oh, I mean, yeah, JT and Kamara. Well, I have a question. How much money in this tournament? It's a poodle. How much money did they allocate into week 11?
Yeah, no, not enough
Oh,
to matter.
none. Oh, we're good. We're
Yeah.
solid. Are we good?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't worry too much about the bye weeks either. It's just like I don't know. Obviously if you can stagger them, it's a little better, but it's not enough to not take a guy.
100%. At least I was gonna say it's been good in this room. I don't think there's anyone we know in this room, so we've gotten really lucky. I don't see any familiar names, so we don't have to worry about anyone taking our picks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Gerardo,
Gerardo, never heard of him. Steve-O Speak, who's that? TX Politics, never heard of him. The world famous Huron River Rat, also don't know who it is. Got David, I don't know who David is. And then Polite Hater, also never seen him before. And then FK Coolers, I think that's a made up name. I don't think that's a real person. So,
all friends and family.
I did put out the bat signal on Twitter right before we drafted this one, and then I tried to give everyone, because we talked FFPC for so long, and I was like, there's people who probably don't care as much about that. Maybe they tuned out. Maybe they'll come back around for a draft. So we kind of like, but who cares? We're doing what we want to do. That's the vibe. It's always about having fun. My whole thing is I would have been drafting these best ball drafts anyways. I might as well just go live and talk with y'all and chat it up and have some cool guests on and chill with the community. So that's what we're all about here at the channel. And it's fun. It's fun having guys like Hartman on, super sharp drafter, and helps me pick the players that I already wanted to pick because we somehow agree on most of our takes, except for a few. Yeah. Which reminds me, I'm going to end the poll. Make sure you voted in the poll. I'm going to take this to heart. Whichever way the poll goes, I'm going to end it right now. 3, 2. If you haven't voted in the poll, make sure you vote now. Also, make sure you hit like on the stream. I think we can get those likes up. I think we can. I think we can do it. I'm going to end the poll now. Boom. And then let's make this pick, and I'll check the poll because I can't see it in StreamYard. We don't need Burrow. We could do...
yeah, Quinshon's good.
Do you ever take Debo?
I'm actually kind of warming up to Debo.
Okay, because it makes sense for our... Not only because I'm also warming up
Dallas,
to him too,
yeah.
But we have the whole Dallas thing going, and so I last second realized that.
Yeah, and I'm coming around a little to Debo. Like, I just think he might double QB, bully QB.
I've seen Steve do this often. Actually, I've seen him going like some. They're both stacked, right? He's got Saquon and Hurts team stack and the T Higgins. But I think I've noticed Steve doing some more like early double QB within like the first 9 rounds.
Yeah, I've done that one a few times also with like Jalen Hurts and then Burrow stack in the 6th. Like, I think
right.
that could be a pretty good way to play it. I don't know. I think it can work out pretty good though, for sure. Like 2 early QBs, and then you don't have to worry about it anymore the rest of the draft.
You were talking about Devo and kind of warming up to him.
Oh yeah. I just think just how they use those receivers like in the short area, like screen game, especially in the red zone. I really think he could just kind of like eat there, get some touchdowns. Like he could have really big touchdown upside. They also use their receivers a lot on like in like rushing and stuff too. Cliff Kingsbury's like way up there.
Totally. So by ADP, it would be either Laporta, Golden Reed.
I'm fine with any of the 3. I like Pollard quite a bit.
Do you like Pollard?
Yeah, I mean, I'm like pretty big on Tony Pollard too.
Me too.
The Green Bay receivers, I think they're both good picks, but I think we do have a pretty strong receiver room.
Sure.
I guess we're kind of strong at both, but
really strong.
I don't know, like the next round receivers.
I have Pollard ranked like 8 or 10 spots ahead of ADP right now.
Yeah. I didn't realize that at first, but yeah, like I think picking him over all these running backs that just went, like I don't really think that's a tough call at all.
I forget if it was Steve saying it or he was writing about it, but like he's mentioned it a bunch. The Titans' offensive line being actually pretty good, I think.
Oh yeah, well they made a lot of additions this year, I think. I know they got Zeitler from the Lions. And he was like top 3 run blocking grade last year on PFF.
Huhame's a chat rat favorite and one of my favorites too. Make sure you guys are subscribed to Huhame's channel, but you all already are. But he's a super good guy, really fun to draft with him. And he goes live pretty early in the day, super early if you're on the West Coast, like this West Coast slappy over here, Hartman. But it's like kind of the end of my work day. So I like to lurk. I like to like tune in and then I'll say what up and I'll listen, but I'm usually still like wrapping up my like normal day stuff. But yeah, if for some reason you've been hanging out here and you haven't subscribed already to Huhame's, go. That's not Huhame's, that's Hartman. Get out of here. Where's Huhame's? There he is. Go subscribe to Huhame's channel. Great content. And he has like a really unique perspective. And I think a lot of his takes makes me like second guess. Like if anytime Huhame says something that like I wasn't thinking, I'm like, dang, that's actually like pretty good idea. Like a lot of times he usually has like a really good reason for like why he has his takes too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely.
Damn, the one time I don't have any Buccaneers, Mayfield. Well, I guess it's ADP, but I was saying earlier, I never get to draft Mayfield. I have 1%.
Oh wow. You know, it's weird. I think I'm
so expensive.
Too. Yeah, his price just isn't very good. It's not like egregiously bad, but
Higgins, Pittman, Cup.
I lean Pittman, but I'm fine with any.
I think I'm good with Pittman there. Is there any reason to go Murray, or we could? I'm not going to say anything.
Well, because we might get him back.
Well, with Pittman too, we have the team stack. It's like JT and Pittman. I was just saying, I don't think the Colts are like that good for scoring, but I guess in this universe, we're hoping they're good.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know. I think just like Pittman's a decent, more like floor play. Like he has some upside, but he's probably a little bit more of a floor play. But he gives you just some consistency. And I think Taylor, it's just he's shown he can perform on a very subpar offense.
Yes.
Like the end of last year, I mean, he went crazy in that playoff run.
Oh, bad news, Hartman. It's illegal in Nevada.
Yeah. No, is that
true?
Over.
I don't know if that's true.
Probably. Steve said it too.
Okay. I was in California. I was in Tahoe and I thought I did a draft or two, but I might have been in the California part because it's like on the border. Justin Fields, right? Obviously.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, almost fat fingered it. Get out of here. I tried to star off Cup and it like somehow moved him. Yeah, that's the
Yeah,
pick. There's no one else there we would
yeah.
want.
Yeah, not really. Because I think especially when you start 0-3-5-0, it's like you're kind of just picking depth at like receiver or running back that you don't really need. And then yeah,
True.
Fields. I mean, yeah, getting Fields on here feels good too when like we can't get Jaden anymore. We have a double built out, so we don't have a ton of options either.
That's true. Can you actually? I'd love for you to give a quick review of our team through our first 9 picks.
All right. So yeah, we got Justin Fields at QB. We got Jonathan Taylor, Alvin Kamara, Tony Pollard at running back. And then so I think right now at QB we're feeling pretty good with Fields. Running back feels insanely strong, like
Yeah,
super strong start. And then receiver we got Lamb, Garrett Wilson, George Pickens, Debo, and Michael Pittman. I think our receiver room's coming together pretty nice too. You know, it feels pretty solid. We got Fields with Garrett Wilson. Yeah, man, I think the team's coming together pretty good.
I like it.
Receiver and running back both feel strong. Boswell goaded.
That's probably what it was. I think so I was for the Super Bowl, I was in Lake Tahoe for one of my buddies like bachelor parties, and we were like skiing and casinos and just watching the Super Bowl and grilling out and stuff. It was incredible time. I thought I definitely was drafting best ball teams while everyone else was like already asleep or like, doing certain things, and like we're all just chilling at the house. Everyone's like low key. I drafted a few, I think it must have been big board teams, right? Like during the Super Bowl.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Because I remember people were drafting them
it
thinking
must
it was Super Bowl only drafts, and like the first pick would be like Mahomes in the first round. Like I saw some of that stuff. So I had to have been drafting big boards. I don't think it was just slow drafts. I thought I remembered ripping some drafts, and that means I guess the Airbnb was in California because it like Heavenly Ski Resort is like, I think it's in California, but like Tahoe is both.
Oh, okay.
Obviously Dak, right?
Oh yeah, easy, yeah.
I mean, you're not super close to Tahoe, but a lot of people from your neck of the woods enjoy Tahoe. So I don't know if you've been there or if you've heard about it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've been there. I've only been there once, but
It was my first time. Yeah, it was super cool.
Oh yeah, no, it's a really cool place for sure. Yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah,
Dude, so my friend whose bachelor it was, his to-be brother-in-law works for a startup in San Francisco, and he lives in his car right now, has a gym membership so he can shower, and then they have an office space in person, and he's in his office like 14 to 16 hours a day. And he drives a Toyota Prius. So he's living in a Prius, and he took out the second seat in the front and he replaced it with like a bunch of like dresser drawers and things. And then on top of that is like a lay flat like cot that goes back into his back seats. So it's like, and he has no refrigeration. He has like a mini fridge in his office. Or I guess he has a real fridge in his office, but we'll talk about that later. But do we grab Dobbins or Ramondre? Ramondre could make sense in this build for the bring back.
I'm fine with either one. I don't really like the receivers. Who's our third QB?
Who should it be?
Yeah, we have like one pretty obvious one, right? Oh yeah, okay. Way later.
Yeah, I think we're good for a bit.
Yeah.
I just didn't like the receivers there. I went ahead and took Stevenson. I think it's a fine spot to take Stevenson, right?
Oh yeah, I think him or Dobbins there both would have been fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. This receiver range is terrible. Like I think like QB, tight end, some of the running backs. I don't know. That's pretty much all that there is in this range, pretty much.
It's not like we necessarily had to go with the running back, but it does feel kind of nice. Ramondre right at ADP or right past it, and he plays the Jets in week 17. We've also got the Saints playing the Jets in week 16. And then we've got Prescott double stacked with a bring back in Deebo Samuel. And you were talking earlier. I'm starting to warm up to Deebo a little bit. I do like the potential for him in this new offense. Like, I think the way that the 49ers used him was obviously like very designed. And I think the Commanders could be similar.
Yeah, definitely. And like just kind of some of their usage last year, like I can't remember what I was listening to, but they were talking about it. Just I don't know, they do a lot of short area passing, a lot of screens, especially in the red zone. And like, like I think they were even saying too, like maybe some of the work Eckler was doing could kind of go to Deebo.
Right.
Um,
I didn't mean to cut you off, but Steve makes a good point.
okay.
If just like
Yeah.
when New York was banned for a while, if California gets banned, Underdog's gonna like cut their tournaments by like probably like 15-20%.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I saw it was saying like California is like by a decent amount the biggest DFS like state in
Is
the
it
country.
really?
Yeah, because they were saying like for all the DFS companies, it's gonna be like a giant hit if it gets banned here.
Dang, that's crazy. Time to sell your DraftKings stock if you've got it. I sold mine back in 2020. I'm out on DraftKings stock.
Yeah. I mean, they got a good they got a good business model. Not the
Yeah.
funnest to play on there. But
Yeah, a lot of political stuff in that disruptions, but what industry doesn't have that? So anyways, my friend, yeah, he's living out of a Prius. He lives he's living there. He's doing a startup. I forget what they exactly we're doing, but I think his role, he's like a software engineer guy. It's like a cybersecurity company, and there's like 5 people in his company. So he's like living the startup dream in the Bay Area, living out of your car. Okay, here
yeah.
we could get we go Goddard, I think, most times, right?
Yeah, I'm cool with Goddard.
Or Jake Ferguson.
Oh, well, yeah, either one, your call.
I prefer Goddard, even though we've got Dak in the stack. We've got Dak double stacked. So it's like, how much more do we really need? I think Goddard's actually just better than Ferguson, like talent, straight up.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I would take Goddard over Ferguson in a vacuum. I guess I just didn't know, like, because I kind of struggle with this too. When you have the double with 2 high end pieces, is it doing too much to put like a Ferguson on here, or is that just good? You're betting more on the team.
I think it can be both. I just and not like that it was that big of a reach, but like it would be taking Ferguson ahead of ADP and sacrificing getting Goddard to do it. If Goddard wasn't there, I'd click him. And if Ferguson's still there with our next pick, I'd probably click him.
Yeah. No, I agree with that.
And then we're kind of getting a buffer from Kincaid and Likely. We're like, I don't think, I mean, Steve's obviously like chilling with us. Like he can make his own picks, but like, I think he would consider Likely or Kincaid before he goes Ferguson, unless he just likes Ferguson, but I don't know that for a fact. He goes Palmer. I know he loves Palmer anyways. Not a player that I've drafted a ton of. I don't think there's any reason we need blue on this one, but it is kind of a nice upside play still on the Cowboys.
Yeah, I think we go Ferguson.
Yeah.
We're so strong at running back already.
100%.
Like blue is a nice upside piece, but I think we're definitely stopping at 5 running backs. So we can take an upside swing later that really doesn't feel too much worse than blue at a lower cost.
Totally agree. Totally agree with that. And I like this. This is starting to come together. I do sometimes consider going 3 tight ends with Goddard because of his injury history. He's never played a full season. He averages like 13 games this season. He's at least missing like 4 games on average.
Yeah. No,
who knows why that would be, but when he plays, he's really good.
Yeah. I agree too. I'd probably take 3 with this kind of capital, but I think you're like right on the edge where if it doesn't work out, you can stop at 2, but if you get a decent value, then you just grab the 3rd.
Yo, what up, 2 Mules? Appreciate you being here. Hope you're having a great Thursday night. Drafters. I've never done Drafters. I've never done DraftKings. And so I've never even downloaded the DraftKings app because sports betting is illegal in Texas. So I'm not big on like, I guess you could do DFS on it, and I guess you can also do best ball, but I'm not in that realm. Also, I haven't even shown off the cats tonight, but shout out to all the cat owners in the chat. We talked cats over the weekend. I don't know if you were there for that stream, Hartman, but I think it was David has a cat and someone else has a cat and someone else has a neighborhood cat they're friends with. A bunch of guys in the chat. We were looking up Google images of Korats, which is like this rare Thai cat from like a dynasty in Thailand from like 1,000 years ago or something. And then we were looking up like the Russian blues, which looks very similar to the Korat. So we got pretty deep into cats over the weekend. I don't know if are you a dog guy or a cat guy, Hartman. You seem more like a dog guy based on your profile pic. So I already know the answer to that one.
Yeah. I mean, I like both though, but yeah, definitely more of a dog guy. I mean, we could if we want to get even more indie.
Do we have any way to go with? It's gonna hit. We need a receiver. And I don't know who else is here that we'd like.
Yeah, or like a running back, I guess we want, but
let's think about this next pick because it's probably a running back with the next one.
Well, maybe probably go off QB, right? Because we're not looking at one right here.
Oh yeah, for sure. And then tight end, it's like I don't know. This one would come to mind, but it's not required.
Yeah, I'd be fine with him. I like some of the running backs, but we could wait on that actually. We get DeMario for a bring back.
I've never drafted him, so I'm kind of open to it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he's been I don't know, he's been kind of rising. He's getting some decent like speak and stuff, right?
Right. He seems like they're kind of he's kind of more of a piece of their offense than I might have thought. I thought maybe he's like a throwaway kind of guy, like, depth piece, but he seems like he's kind of gotten some respect. Should we get him?
Yeah. I like that pick there.
I think he's earned some respect. He doesn't have a ton of production. Let me flip over to our trusty player profiler. It's been a while. I've never drafted Demario Douglas. I don't think I've drafted him ever in any format in best ball in anything ever. Like I've never drafted him.
Really?
Pretty sure. I mean, undrafted. No, sorry, six round at a Liberty. Kind of came into the league older, super undersized, but as a receiver, it doesn't really matter. Like it's just about getting open, right? He's fast enough. He's bursty. Comps to the world famous She Smith, so that's always a good thing. Not athletic, and then has had actually decent PPR points per game.
Yeah. I think he's just kind of like more like a PPR merchant type guy.
Do we see any spike weeks? Here's a nice little spike week here in week 6 against Houston. Somehow I don't remember that, but no, I do remember him scoring that touchdown. Yeah, I remember that game. That was it. So he hit the lineup one time last season.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, like, how many touchdowns did the offense as a whole score?
True.
And how many will they score this year? Because I mean, I think we're all projecting a pretty big leap, but yeah,
number 4 in slot snaps. That's not bad. Wow. Yeah, the big leap forward for New England, you were saying?
Oh, yeah. And like, I mean, it's not like he's gonna be a crazy breakout play, but he might just have some decent spikes if they're an improved offense. He like you just showed, he plays like good amount of snaps and everything.
He's playing good snaps. It's a year 3 leap. We could kind of get there. And then Drake May, it's a bet on Drake May or, that offense, like you said. What else? What else is redeeming about him? Target separation is actually pretty nice.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
And then his win rate versus man is number 2. That's kind of crazy, which goes right towards his target separation. Those are like highly correlated, I would think. But then his better and best ball, his best ball points added, he's like pretty much not existent. So there's room for improvement, but that's what you get for a wide receiver 7.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not like we had to pick him there, but I don't know. It was just not really a lot of good options at receiver. He just feels like a guy who could have a decent role, hopefully ascending offense.
Mason Taylor's
So,
available.
so do we think we're good pushing Jones?
Do you want us to get him first?
I think Taylor or Jones, either one.
I think we'll take Jones, although it's easy to like the ADP in this range just doesn't matter. I think he's kind of more critical to this build.
Yeah, because we have so much Colts.
We have 3 Colts. And then we already felt like we could stop at 2 tight ends borderline. If Taylor's there, great. Let's tack him on. We're getting him past ADP. He stacks with Fields, but we've already got Garrett Wilson. And one of our concerns was like, how much passing volume is there in this offense to begin with? So maybe we hope it consolidates around Wilson. But at the same time, it's a weekly thing. Like Taylor could just be good for a week, touchdown dependent tight ends. So
yeah, and especially at tight end, like third tight end, I think just the spike week upside they provide, and we do have that game built out quite a bit because we have 2 New England pieces also.
Hell yeah. Is there any running back that would give you any pause to consider? To me, I don't think so.
No, Taj Brooks went, right?
He did.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I mean, I'm like okay with Shipley, but I don't know. Like, I don't really worry too much about missing out on him either. Like, he's a good contingent bet, but
I don't know if he like. So I'm curious. I want to learn more about that. I had like 18% Shipley last season, or like 16%, and I had like 2% Saquon, which is like obviously stupid. Didn't work out well. Like very dumb. I just was like, oh, running backs are old and they suck. So I didn't, and on a new team. And then the whole push tush, and I got caught up in the hype. I don't know why I like followed the herd on like fading Saquon, but I took like a ton of Shipley, and I know he was good from Clemson, like he was decent, but he did nothing for the Eagles last year.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think he had one good game actually.
Was it week 18 though?
Maybe I want to. Yeah, it might have been. He had like a really big run. I think he had like maybe like maybe it wasn't as good of a game as I thought.
I mean, he has like less career touches than Emmanuel Wilson does in like one game.
Yeah.
Emmanuel Wilson in one game has like 34 touches. Like it's crazy. Like I don't know. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but like look how many zeros. And then I guess it was week 18. He puts up 67 total yards.
And then that was a playoff week. He put up 77. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I just think with him, it's like he has absolutely no value if Barkley's healthy. But if Barkley goes down, they still have a good run system, a good like great O-line. So someone's going to take.
Barkley goes down, don't they like bring in a free agent or two?
I mean, maybe, but I guess like who?
I don't know at this rate.
I mean, like, are they going to bring in anyone that's going to be better than Will Shipley?
Okay, I exaggerated a bunch, but there was a game where Emmanuel Wilson had 12 touches, 14 here. So I guess it would take Emmanuel Wilson like 2 or 3 games to have more career touches than Shipley's entire season, but I don't know. There's no point in bringing that up. Do we take Shipley?
I mean,
or Emmanuel Wilson, right? Or Raheem Mostert. I think I'm lagging. Oh no. Who do you want to go?
Shipley. Shipley's good.
I did it from my phone. All of a sudden, the desktop lagged. I don't know if you saw that on your end, but I couldn't queue any players.
Oh yeah. Okay, I kind of did see it. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like Emmanuel Wilson, like I think Shipley has a better chance to be the locked in RB2 than him. Raheem Mostert, I mean, I know they said they're gonna split the work and all that, but Yeah, no, I know they have AJ Dillon, but I think he's
If
he's done.
Saquon goes down, doesn't AJ Dillon like get the first crack? He has like the most career touches of anyone in that backfield outside of Saquon.
Yeah, I mean, like that's not. I mean, that doesn't mean he's good though. That last season was like 200 carries for like 600 yards.
Yeah, he's never been really that good, but they gave him a lot of work.
Yeah, but even his last year on the Packers, he like didn't even play barely, right?
I mean, he's an athletic freak. Look at this. Um, yeah, he's missed a bunch of time and then never good yards per carry. I guess it started off better.
Yeah. Well, yeah, 'cause he showed all that promise, and then he never really hit it.
It was the injuries.
Yeah,
He had a preseason stinger that like that's just like missed. It's undisclosed what the injury was. Like, maybe a stinger is like code word for like a nerve injury or something, but I'm not sure. It seems like a little bit snake bitten with some of his injuries. The most recently, the neck one, that could be just the end of your career.
Yeah,
for a running back.
Maybe that's related too.
Maybe the stinger is just like a tack on, to the whatever
something with the neck injury.
So a 3-5-7-3 build,
classic
with Fields, Prescott, and Jones. We've double stacked all of these options. We have Jonathan Taylor for the team stack with the Colts. Kamara, the week 16 against our Jets. Pollard, he's just good. Stevenson for the bring back. What's that? Pollard
goes with Kamara. Week 17.
Oh, I did a mini. I forgot about that mini. That's a nice one. I mean, those guys could run it up for sure. That could be a nice. That's a good little combo. I mean, I always like getting Kamara and Pollard on teams. I probably have realized and forgotten about that week 17 matchup like a bunch because I never take. If you're taking Shuck, it's in the last round, and by that time you're not like seeing it light up on your like which bring backs to go for. Right. And then for some reason, I haven't been getting to Cam Ward. I had 20% Cam Ward in the big board, and then now I've got like just the field amount. Like I'm not getting to Cam Ward as much. I think I'm usually done with QB by that range.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. And like with Cam Ward, you really only have one piece.
You just want Ridley.
Yeah, like if I don't get Ridley, I'm pretty much never taking Cam Ward. Like
100%.
Maybe once. Yeah.
We took Ramondre for the week 17 bring back against the Jets, and then we got Will Shipley because I have no idea why we took Will Shipley, but I trust Hartman knows what he's talking about. CeeDee Lamb, Wilson, Pickens, the bring back with Debo, the stack with Pittman, the stack with Pierce, the bring back with Douglas. Anytime you can have every single one of your receivers in your 7 receiver build either stacked or a week 17 bring back, you simply must do it, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we cooked.
We cooked in this one. This is what happens when Hartman and I get together. We talk ball for a little bit and we draft one of these poodles. And we're in a room with, luckily there was no other badges in here, no one in the chat, no other sharps. So we got a little private draft in. You don't always get that. And we still cooked, regardless.
Yeah.
And then Goddard, I think he's super talented. I think Goddard on a per game basis is like a top 8 tight end. And I'm pretty sure he's going at like tight end 12 or something.
Yeah, I think he had a stat like he's been top 12 or top 10 like 3 or 4 years in a row in points per game. Like he's just always, when he's healthy, he's kind of boom bust even when he's healthy, but he can spike like an elite, like on a single week. I mean, he can spike like almost any tight end in the league.
Oh, yes, no doubt.
He had like 170-yard game last year, I think, right?
Yeah, he definitely did. That was week. We could look it up, but it's one of those weeks. He did.
Early,
he
like
totally
week
did.
6 or something.
I thought it was early enough on because it was before the injury, right?
Yeah. It was pretty early. I think it was like right after AJ Brown got hurt. Like maybe like week 3 or 4. But
I just checked the results of the poll because you can't see it in StreamYard, so I had to go back to YouTube. I wanted to announce that will we draft Rome Odunze? Yes, he's elite, got 65% of the vote. No, he's a
Yeah.
scam, got 34% of the vote. Only 32 votes, so it could have been a higher number, but good. It's a good representation. So far we haven't got him. We'll see what happens. And
So 65% of the chat knows ball.
I guess so. And then 35% I've just convinced, to be like a Luddite or like a Neanderthal or something, and just be like, no, not in on the world's greatest year 2 breakout that no one's going to see coming, because I mean, no one would have seen this breakout from Odunze, because everything he did in year 1 would have led you to believe that he sucks. But like, if he breaks out in year 2, it's like no one could see that coming. He should be really cheap, right? He goes really cheap in drafts, right? Because everyone's like not expecting this breakout because he sucked in year 1. Where does he go? He goes he goes ahead of Alvin Kamara. Wow, that's insane.
I mean, he goes like 3 rounds behind Marvin Harrison. He was a bust.
Also a bad pick.
So no, but see, Rome was great. It was Caleb and Shane Waldron that were terrible. Caleb couldn't connect on a single pass, and Shane Waldron doesn't know how to design an offensive scheme.
Those are good arguments. I want to work on a graphic, and I've been saying this for weeks. I'm going to like put together graphics for different things, and I don't always do it because like it's just I'm lazy, I guess. Mostly, I'm just actually busy not doing graphics for best ball streams, but but I want to put together a graphic, and it's just headshots. It's like cut out headshots. It's going to be, and I'm going to ask people, what do these guys have in common? And it's going to be headshots of Ryan Grubb, Kalen DeBoer, Rome Odunze, Jalen Polk, and Jalen McMillan. What do those 5 guys have in common?
I mean, I'm not answering.
They were good when they played with the world famous, the tall lefty, moonball throwing Washington quarterback, almost won a natty, the legend, Michael Penix Jr. Get your Penix out. And ever since they stopped playing with him, fired, losing to Vanderbilt, terrible, the worst second-round pick of all time. McMillan, you could argue, had a good season, but every player on his team got injured, and he was thrust into a giant role. And then Odunze, of course, was also terrible. So was Michael Penix Jr. just this legend of a quarterback that floated all these other players? He increased the level of everyone around him in their production. And we only saw a small sample size of Michael Penix last year. When he comes on and starts every game this year, are we all going to go, oh, shit, this is the second coming of Joe Burrow. Like, this guy has got something. This guy can chuck the ball. And all of the Falcons receivers are, like, super under valued. Drake London's a top 3-4 draft pick next year in best ball. Mooney is also a pretty good pick. He goes around where Waddle goes. I don't think anyone could save Pitts, but you could argue that even Pitts might have, like, a decent year. And then Bijan is just like the engine of the offense outside of London, moving the chains. And Bijan actually is like RB1, or just like still like returns value would even be good enough. Like, is that likely? Or is it more likely that all of the other guys who sucked last year, including the coaches, Ryan Grubb and Kalen DeBoer, they all sucked. Is it more likely that those guys are actually going to like stop sucking and then be good without Michael Penix, including Rome and Jalen Polk? Just open-ended question. I've kind of set you up for failure there, but open-ended question.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think like Michael Penix is probably a talent elevator, but I mean, like Rome did put up some, pretty great college seasons where maybe without Penix, maybe it's not quite to that level, but I mean, he went 8th overall in the draft, right? Like, I think he's shown like to be a very high caliber prospect. And I think just some of the underlying metrics with like just his quarterback play, especially, which, he does have the same quarterback. So you're also kind of taking like the leap of faith with Caleb. But I don't know. I just think like some of that kind of showed that maybe he's more talented than the stats show, and maybe more indicative of like his prospect profile and like, his draft capital and all that.
But doesn't every consensus and doesn't everyone agree that Caleb Williams is much better than Michael Penix?
Like in real life or in fantasy football?
In both.
I mean, I guess I don't like if Michael Penix was better than Caleb. It wouldn't be that shocking in real life. I think in fantasy, I'd lean Caleb because he runs. Michael Penix is like a statue, right? But
we're about to break some myths. I've been learning too, and I didn't know this for a fact, but Michael Penix had a lot of injuries in college.
Yeah, he tore his like ACL twice or something, right?
Yeah, I think when he was at Indiana, and he did the same thing in Indiana too. He elevated everyone around him. All of those guys would get, hired. The coaches would get better jobs because of Michael Penix being there. I heard that the 4.71 is kind of like that. First off, is his high school metric. I don't know why it's showing that. I heard he ran like I heard he ran like on the record. He has like a 4.4 like 9 or something like that, like really fast.
Well, but he's just not a guy like I guess I thought in college he didn't really scramble much, right?
He did, but I think he had like and he also was in college for a long time.
So,
I think he had enough injuries where he like they were like limiting, like they weren't like designing runs for him. But I do remember like, and it doesn't show up in the stats here because they're netting out with the sacks. So like there's part of that, and he always plays in the shotgun mostly. So it's like I don't know, maybe that adds to the sack distance. I don't know. But we'll look at the game log against Texas in the college football semifinal. I think he had like 40 rushing yards.
Okay, so maybe he does have a little more rushing upside than I was giving him credit for. I guess I always thought he's more like a statue.
I think that's part of the narrative. What was I actually looking for? I have no idea why I was looking down there. I guess it was just those. But I was trying to see his we can I'm not sure. Oh no, when I was looking, we mentioned him. I was going to show you this guy. So this is another Bears receiver, went in the first round. Actually went 7th overall to the Bears. A one Kevin White, very similar height and weight to Ramadunze, even faster. And
I mean he like broke his leg in half his rookie year, and then he had some other crazy injury like right after.
That's true.
I mean, his like injuries were insane, and he was like also a super raw prospect that was like a freak athlete. Like he kind of got overdrafted, I think, by most people's kind of rating. But
that's fair.
Yeah, you're trying
not
to
a good comp, but just reminds me. Like I think of Bears first round receivers, it's him and then Adunze, and Adunze did have a better like relatively to like all rookie wide receiver seasons. Adunze's was actually like decent, but relative to his class, it was bad because his receiver class is like one of the best we've seen in like 5-10 years. Close, like a top 1 or 2 class in the last decade.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, he went 8th overall and he was the 3rd receiver taken.
Right.
And like, like Harrison wasn't even one of the ones that hit. But like, so many of those late guys, had crazy seasons.
I'm gonna pull up the Michael Penix game logs.
Oh, so the one against Texas, he had 3 carries for 31 yards.
Okay, so I was a little bit misremembering. I thought he had like 40, but it's pretty close. So,
but other than that, he only went over 20 yards one other time that season.
Really? I'm not too surprised because I know his totals have been like low, and it can't just be the sacks that are keeping him that low. But like you do have to remember, like in college, the rushing nets out with the sacks. So I don't know if we can figure out how many sacks he had, but
would a sack count as an attempt then, since it counts for negative yards?
No, I don't know why they do that. I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
So like in this game, I don't know for a fact that that's one rushing attempt for -5 yards. I think that's one rushing attempt. Maybe he had like 2 or 3 yards or 7 yards, and then he had like 4 sacks for like -12 yards, and it like nets out weird.
Oh, okay.
I don't know for sure though. I can't remember. It's like some websites will show the actual, like, I think ESPN shows the sacks. Maybe we can see it there. Oh,
Yeah.
is... Did you hear that?
Yeah. Oh no, what was that?
Okay, I think I have the sound turned off on my tabs, but it was like Get Up was playing, ESPN was playing.
Well, so I looked in that game where he had 1 for -5.
Yeah.
He did get sacked one time.
Okay, maybe it's just a sack then. Maybe the attempt is a carry. I didn't think it was because I'm still not sure. It's hard to know. Let's
like the one where he had 5 for -14.
That does kind of line up with, like, if a sack is like -2 or 3 yards, that does kind of line up, but it's really hard to know. Let me find one. Let me find one where it's negative, like this one against Utah. I'm gonna look at the game logs.
I was just looking at that one. He only got sacked once.
And he has the negative, what was, like, -15?
Yeah.
That's weird then. That doesn't even make sense. -14. But he also had a rushing touchdown. So, like, see how weird this gets?
Yeah.
So, like, how does he have 5 for -14 with rushing? Like, he must have gotten, and we can't tell. Maybe, let's look at the defense. The defense for Utah will tell us how many sacks they had.
I only saw 1.
That's crazy then. What's going on? It's been a conundrum. I've been trying to figure this shit out since literally for fantasy football. I've been trying to figure this out since Johnny Manziel. Like, I would go and I'd look through his game logs, and you had to be like, okay, if you net out the sacks, he had a lot of sacks too, but also he avoided a lot, and he had a lot of scrambling and rushing yards. It's like it's really hard to get the full story. We can go down rabbit holes, but we need someone with, like, sports information, like, subscription, or like some kind of, like, expensive subscription to good data to give us some college stats, and we'll solve the debate on Michael Penix and his rushing upside. But we can't get there using ESPN and Sports Reference. It's just too surface level.
Oh, Steve in the chat, he said sacks don't count as attempts. But he also did say kneel downs could be part of it too.
Kneel downs counts as attempts, yeah, but sacks don't. They did name Rome after Rome Odunze. That's a great point from Chase Carswell. Shout out to Chase. True. How you doing, brother?
Facts. Anything to be bullish on Rome.
Alex, all good. Just watch the tail. Rome's better than Ricky Pearsall. Just watch the tape. Rome's better than Ricky Pearsall. See, that's where I wouldn't disagree with you, because I'm even more out on Pearsall than I am on Rome. Like, my ranks, I have Rome Odunze, and Hartman's going to hate me. I have Rome Odunze at 86 versus 60.
That's crazy. How do you have 1.4%?
Because you draft with me sometimes.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. Good point.
And Meg got me to draft him one time too, I think. No, actually, Meg got me to draft Pearsall. I had Pearsall at 97 versus 74. I've gotten him one time so I was pissed because, like, not pissed, and it was fun. I love drafting with Meg. She got me to draft Pearsall. I did it willingly on a Best Ball Mania. Totally cool. But then somebody else, maybe it was Emo, maybe it was you, I don't know. Somebody else made me draft him on a Best Ball Mania. So I've got 2 shares of Pearsall on a Best Ball Mania. Like, to me, I'm about to throw up.
And so you got 2 shots at it.
And then with Rome, I guess it's just 2
like puppies.
Like puppies.
Huh. Damn. Yeah, I mean, no, the Juwan Jennings 6th-year breakout, that's classic. That's like classic. That's just how it goes. He had a breakout year with less than 1,000 yards. I'm sure it's going to pay off. The 28-year-old 6th-year breakout, generally a good bet over the 2nd-year first-round rookie.
I have him like 20 spots ahead. Yeah. Just, the Bears were 28th in scoring, like the 28th scoring offense last year. The Bears were really bad. I don't know if Caleb Williams is actually going to, like, get better or if it's like a mental thing. He's got the physical ability. He was good in college. We know that Purdy is actually like good, like proven. It's a better offense, better coaching, better system, better scoring. Ayuk's never going to come back from the Percocets, and then Pearsall is also like not that good. So opportunity knocks. Juwan answers.
I just
third and Juwan, and then the first down.
I might have like close to the field on Juwan, maybe a little under, but I just have such a hard time buying it on that profile. I know his analytics look like amazing, but everyone was.
I have. I thought I don't have that much. I have like
you're underweight too.
Yeah, but I have him ranked 66. I don't take him that much. I take other guys ahead of him like constantly.
So do you have much of any Niner? Kittle probably.
I need to get more. It's all Kittle and so Kittle's only at 9%. McCaffrey's at 10, and then all the receivers are like nothing, right?
Yeah.
Purdy and Garindo are both 8. So like I stack the QB with the running backs in the tight end, and I just pass on the receivers.
Yeah, I mean, that's a decent way to play it. Especially if you don't really believe in like, I don't know, if you don't believe in the receivers really, then I don't know, I don't hate that. I mean, I love the Kittle pick. I'm actually pretty in on McCaffrey too.
Nice. I'm gonna zoom out. Do you want to peep? So he's got Baker Mayfield, and then look at his other correlations. Peep what David did with his, and that was an hour ago that he mentioned this. So, but you can peep what he did with his draft. I'm gonna let my dog out real quick. I'll be right back. So let's just see. Oh my God.
Oh my. Yeah. So you got Rashad White too. You got Baker like 5x stacked. Probably got Kate Houghton on here too. And I I like the receiver room. Like you have 4 Bucks pieces, which is kind of crazy, but it doesn't actually feel very weak. Like because your first 5 are pretty good. Yeah, that's an insane stack. 4 guys at receiver on one team. It's like, I don't know. I guess it's more probably just for the bit, but like probably at 3, you're probably pretty much hitting the limit. Like, and add on Rashad White. Like they're gonna have to drop like 50 or 60 to hit. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the receiver room doesn't look too bad even with that.
Meow. What an insane team. I mean, I love it though. It's a poodle.
Did he have Otten too? I was guessing
that he does.
Yeah, of course he does.
Insane. in week 9, like half the roster's on a bye, but that's funny. I mean, I think honestly, you've got some other. Geez, McCaffrey, Henry. There's some nice pieces here.
Yeah, and like I was saying, the receiver room doesn't even feel like that bad, even with 4 guys from the same team on it.
Insane.
Yeah.
That is the biggest onslaught I've ever seen of any team ever.
Yeah. I've never beat that. I think I've done like 4 Packers was my limit.
I'll do 4 Packers. I'll do 4 Ravens. It's too bad that that was an hour ago that David asked me to look at his team, so he's not going to be here to see us review it. But
yeah, he can watch it back.
What up, Krieth? I'm gonna let my dog in real quick. Hartman, are you down to do another draft? You got to run.
Yeah, sure.
Sweet. Sure. I'm gonna enter this 20-second puppy. It's not a puppy, it's a poodle. 20-second poodle. Cue it up. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. I'm gonna let my dog in, and then we'll get into this draft. Be right back.
Right. Let's see. I'm just seeing what you guys were saying. Oh, you guys are arguing about Shipley. James Young saying it's AJ Dillon's season. as always. I respect that. I think AJ Dillon's season ended a couple years ago though.
The 8 spot. This is I'm more familiar with this.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean,
It's been a while. I haven't been in the middle of the board in a while. Like, so who knows what's going to happen from the 8 spot?
yeah. Yeah. How many not too many people see. Oh wow. So we can really push value around the back half.
Oh wow, yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Who
Set up
remind me
pretty-
again? Who is Legion? Isn't that?
Is it? I think it's Paul. Is that his name?
It's someone in here. I know it's one of the bros.
I'm pretty sure it's Paul.
Yeah,
Steve would know. He drafts on their. He
Jason
drafts
has
on the
3
board.
dogs and 2 cats.
Damn.
That's a zoo.
Yeah. Yeah. That's like. Okay. Yeah. Steve said it was Paul.
Yeah. Paul.
But
What up, Paul?
yeah, that's a little bit much.
Putt Daddy's got 4 cats. That's called you're a grandma.
Yeah, if they're all cats, it's not that bad. Dogs and cats, though, that's 5 of them is rough.
It's rough. What you sipping on there? What you got?
Asahi.
Oh, nice. Very nice. Japanese beer.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. I assume you had that one before or no?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to go to a karaoke bar in Austin, and that was the beer of choice.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, Asahi's one of my favorites actually.
It's good. Very light, right? Very, very light, crisp.
Yeah, because it's like the CMC. All right.
I think it's got to be. I'm just like in on him, and this is the spot to take him. It's been a while.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty much right there with you. I think I have like 11 or 12%. Like I'm just bought in, You play to win, right? You don't play not to lose.
Play to win the game.
No one has the ceiling like CMC.
Yeah, I kind of think that we're still, as a market or as a community, we're still hedging that he's not a good pick there, but then the rest of us think he is a good pick. It's averaging out in the ADP. Like me taking him at pick 8, I'm essentially saying, because of all the people that wouldn't take him at pick 8, I'm essentially saying I'm willing to take him, and maybe some people are like even more extreme, but like that if you're in on McCaffrey, you should be taking him in like the top like range of like picks 4 to 8, not just pick 8. If you're out on McCaffrey, you're going to be taking him at like 13 to like 16. So it's averaging out to about 8. But that's why we saw him rise, is because more people were shifting to it's okay to take him in the first round. There's still like 40% or like 35% of the people who are like, no, he's a second round pick. I will never take him in the first round. So like, if you actually do believe McCaffrey, you need to forget that those people exist. And then if you adjust the ADP in that way, like you could easily take him at pick 5 or 6.
Yeah, but I mean, I think like even taking him at 8 or like 7, even you'll end up overweight. So I think at that point it kind of depends like what level you want to hit.
Exactly.
Because like I've seen people take him over Gibbs. I feel like more and more lately. I'm kind of wondering if
I couldn't get there, because that means that like you're not going to have Gibbs, and I don't think that's the right way to play it either, because it's the whole thing, like you don't want to fade players in the first round.
Yeah. Yeah, either one. Probably a receiver, I'd say.
I think so too.
Yeah. I don't have a strong lean between those two, to be honest. Or even like Drake London. Like I take London the highest just because like you kind of have to, but
I think so
AJ
too.
Brown, Ladd, like really similar to me.
Yeah.
Because they'll both be probably kind of lower volume offenses for passing anyway.
That's true. I like them both. I think AJ Brown, he could easily be the guy you need in week 17 receiver wise. And Ladd McConkey is just like a really, had a great rookie season. One argument I heard, I forget who made it. I think it was, I don't know. I don't want to attribute it to anyone, but I heard this argument. It was on another stream, and someone was saying, who do you want to draft in the second round? The guy from Georgia who broke every record, or the guy from Georgia who was relegated by the guy that broke every record?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I guess, but I mean, Ladd McConkey, he looked pretty special as a rookie. Well, isn't it in Georgia? Like, I guess I don't know as much about his college run, but like he dealt with a lot of injuries and he got pretty low playing time, right? Like his yards per route run and stuff were really good.
They were hashtag defense and running the ball. And then when they did throw it, they threw it to Bowers. McConkey was injured, dealt with injuries, and then kind of was like, I don't know what percentage of snaps he played, but I don't think he was like sitting out. I think they were just like not designing plays for him because like they didn't need to. They could just run the ball and then limited use, and they had a lot of depth too. So it's not like he was the only receiver on their team that was like used.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I don't know. I've seen people kind of argue a lot lately about, is the tight end thing, is that actually a benefit or is that a negative? Right? Like
the
tight end
positional
eligibility. Yeah, like if AJ Brown was a tight end, does he go lower or higher? Like that kind of. And it is interesting when you think about it, because like I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they would go lower if they were tight end. Like I don't know. It was just kind of like interesting to me. Like maybe kind of think about it more.
Dang, we almost got JSN. It would have been a great pick.
No, we got bailed.
Should we go?
I like Tyreek probably the most. Nah, not that one.
Yeah.
If you're picking a running back, it's got to be Brees.
So I used to have Brees ranked ahead of Kyron, but then I got to like 20% Brees, and I was below market on Kyron, so I just swapped him back just to stay with ADP. But I like them both. I think Brees is more talented. Kyron's in a better situation. That's pretty much what it comes down to.
Yeah, and like I don't know. I joke a little bit like hating Kyron, but like I mean, he really is one of my least favorite clicks on the board. But I do get, if he's just healthy and maintains that workload, then he'll pay off. You know, he probably won't like crush his ADP, because kind of like last year, like he outperformed ADP, but not by a lot. And just like, I don't know, it's like if he even loses 20% of that workload, he's probably going to be like kind of a fail for the spot. He'll probably like underperform ADP.
Could be.
I just like, to me, Kyron is like the most expensive version of like how we would define a dead zone back, right? I mean, you only really pick him for his workload. He's not explosive. He's not like, he has decent success rate, like short yardage, but he's not like super like efficient in the terms of like EPX and stuff.
So it's kind of geeking out a little bit. And we'll make this pick and we'll come back to that thought on the Rams. But Kyron is still there after Beastie Boys goes. I think at pick 41, it's kind of tempting. I mean, but we don't have to do it. But ADP would say it's either him. Damn, he goes. So you got lucky this time.
Shout out Beastie Boys.
Where do we go with this one? I don't know.
Jaden or JMO?
I kind of like JMO, or do we just not pass Jaden?
We go JMO because we got a running back, so maybe just keep getting the receiver stronger.
I think so, and then we still have a lot. Every single quarterback that we could match with is still a possibility if you catch my drift. So like, it doesn't happen often, but it's happened before.
Yeah, and Jaden would like lock us out from that.
Jaden would block us from certain players, but you know, what was I going to say? Oh, the Rams. I think I just need to like, I don't know. It's something on my end, but you can't see. There it is. Puka's 8.5%, Devontae's 15%, Kyron's 7%, Stafford 8%, Jarquez 21%. and Blake Corum 4, Atwell 5, Ferguson 4. So you can kind of see how I'm playing it. Like, I think I'm more in line with your anti-Kyron take than I let off. But at the same time, I just like the Rams. So I'm super in on the Rams.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and I mean, that makes sense. Like, I'm also around like 20% Jarquez.
Ooh,
But my Kyron's at like less than 1%.
that's
And
because I guess I don't know. My only argument would be there's going to be some outcomes where like he just does what he did last year.
yeah, I mean, it's not that big of a loss if he does what he did last year. It's a small loss. Because,
Because
like,
at that point he returns value as like a second round pick.
yeah. Yeah. I'm fine losing on that. Him and JSN. I think I'm under 1% or less on both.
Well,
Those are the
as
two.
soon as Geno Smith got traded, my Seattle pieces have been dying off. Like JSN's 3%.
Oh,
That's just 'cause, like I still kind of like him, but like Ken Walker, I haven't drafted in a while, but still at 10%. I still like him, but the ankle's scary. Cup, I've gotten him a few times in Best Ball Mania. It's kind of crazy. And then Charbonnet's even low. Like all of them are low.
yeah, my only one over field is Walker also. I
I'm not
think
surprised.
11 or 12. Yeah.
We
Yeah.
have like 95% similar takes, and there's just like two sophomore receivers that for some reason you think are good. That
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. They had one bad year. It's just I don't know. Are we getting too caught up in the Malik Neighbors is a superstar right out the gate? So all of a sudden rookies can't develop more their second year in.
that's true
I
too.
mean,
And it's not like there's an artificial limit on the number of successful rookie wide receivers in a cohort. So it's not like, just because other guys broke out, some won't get there. But statistically, that would be true. Zay or Calvin or Mixon.
yeah, probably one of the receivers scoop the value
Yeah,
or
I'm cool with Zay.
yeah. I mean, I think that's just like it's a pretty good value on Zay, right? Or is he
He's been falling a bunch. His current ADP it's
who's
closer to 56 than I'd want it to be. I think Zay
wow.
Flowers is still like a fine pick. I mean, he's super explosive offense. You're just attached to Lamar Jackson. Like that's all you need. I think the
Yeah.
argument is he doesn't get a lot of touchdowns, but he had a ton of touchdowns in college. So it just could be somewhat of a way they use him. And then I don't know, maybe that continues to develop and changes. I think he could be like a serious year 3 breakout potential guy.
Yeah, and I mean he does have the ability to, break really big plays and have giant spike weeks too. So I don't know, like I I think he's a good pick now that he's fallen a little. He's just kind of a good pick in general. He's probably gonna lead that team in targets.
Yep.
Even if they don't use him in the red zone the most, like he's gonna be the target leader on a very high scoring offense. So and he's explosive too. So
Totally agree. If Addison wasn't suspended, I think Addison would be like going ahead like in this range.
yeah, probably. And he probably would have steamed up a little too because people are getting more bullish on like McCarthy and the Vikings in general. I bet
Right.
Addison would have steamed a little.
I'm gonna go to ADP so we can take a quick look. Odunze went off the board, so I can take a sigh of relief. Catch a falling knife with Harvey, who I think still has some value. Henderson, Godwin, Judy.
Uh, I lean running back here,
Yeah.
unless you want Godwin for the bring back.
No, we don't have to force
Um,
it. Are you cool with Harvey or do you prefer Henderson?
I'm fine with Harvey.
Yeah,
I
just a,
I'm probably I'm probably leaning like Henderson a little bit right now in general, but it's a really tough call. And Harvey, he hasn't slid maybe as much as we thought, so I don't know. You're getting like a decent value on him, you know.
I think
Um,
the difference in talent between Harvey and Henderson is not enough to overcome, like, because Henderson's more talented, but that
mhm.
the amount that he's more talented to me is not enough to overcome the amount that the Broncos offense and offensive line and like run blocking is better than the Patriots. And maybe I'm misguided because like I don't know a whole lot about like the Patriots offense and their offensive line, and they should be better with Vrabel, and maybe they're going the right direction, and Drake may take a step forward and all these things. But you have like the worst team in their division versus like a playoff team in their division and one of the best run blocking offensive lines and other kind of similar comparable things. The Broncos defense is also better. I think the game script could be better for Harvey. I think Dobbins being there clouds it up a little bit, but then you still have Ramondre there. So there's other like it's a kind of similar. There's a lot of similarities. You could argue also Henderson maybe slightly better in the pass catching role, so maybe he has like more appeal like for every down back. Where then Harvey, I think people are like slating him as like, oh, he's smaller, maybe he's like a pass catcher, but I'm pretty sure he's like a better pure rusher, right? And so is kind of Dobbins.
Yeah, Dobbins definitely is. Harvey has some pass catching because he was like a converted wide receiver. But I think the thing to me that makes me debate them a little more is I don't know if Harvey can fully like relegate Dobbins, where I feel like Henderson could completely bench Ramondre.
That's a
just
good point,
with how
too.
those teams kind of view those players, and like Sean Payton just likes having rotations, like, you know, not really giving a guy like bell cow workload. So that's the only thing that makes me debate it more. But it is a tough call between Harvey and Henderson for sure.
Dobbins' pedigree is just like light years ahead of Ramondre as well. Whatever that means. He was like I don't know if he was like a 5-star, but he went to Ohio State. Like he was super productive. If we look at Ramondre, he was playing at OU, and of course OU has a lot of good running backs, but like he was a committee back.
Yeah, and like I think too the Patriots coaching staff.
Oh, right. Swift, Golden at some value, Laporta goes with our Jameson. Would you do it or no?
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I think that's good. And then
I was stuck on player profiler. Your camera went off. We're on the clock. This is madness.
Oh yeah.
Nice little fall on Laporta. I think that's a good grab there.
Yeah, 80, and then he stacks with JMO. I think that's pretty good.
Oh, I'm sad we didn't get Addison. I would have really liked Addison as well, but we got Harvey, so it makes sense. This is a good build.
Yeah, and if we got Addison there, we might have felt more pressure to get a running back instead of like Laporta. So maybe we would have built it out, but I don't know. I think it worked out pretty good.
Yeah, I mean it's easy to go anchor with McCaffrey and then just take like your next running back at like pick 100 or something. So it's not, but I typically don't. I typically do grab one more in this round 5-6 range, even with McCaffrey.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I kind of do the same. Like, I just feel like the value there compared to the receivers, you're getting so much better running back talent that I don't know. It kind of gives you a nice like double anchor too. So it always feels good grabbing a running back in that kind of 5-6 range.
Yo, what up, Paul? Sniped a goal in beer league. Sniped a goal. Is that beer league hockey? Sniped a goal. Would that be a hockey lingo? I play in a beer league, but it's softball. My softball league's starting back up in about 2 weeks in July. Back on the clock. Mooney.
Yeah, Mooney's good. I'm fine with either.
I think Mooney makes sense here.
Yeah, I probably lean Mooney. Yeah. So with Mooney, I guess you're kind of just leaning into the Penix thing, right?
Oh,
like
100%.
Penix is an elevator. Yeah, okay.
Because London can win anywhere in the field, but he's like a chain mover. He's like an engine of the offense. Mooney is like a big play waiting to happen, and that's one of Pinnock's specialties. I think one of the reasons why Roma Dunze succeeded so much, I mean, and Julian Polk in a very similar way, was the deep ball, because like Penix has this incredible deep ball, just in a similar way to like a Russell Wilson, where it's a moon ball, it goes up, he puts it in a spot where only the receiver can get it. And this is just very anecdotal because like I've seen him play in person, and it was like a high stakes game when he threw for like a ton of yards. But Penix throws it up. The defensive players don't have a chance to catch it, but if the receiver can get there, he can like make the play. So it's like a perfectly placed ball. So the receiver then, if he can get there, he makes like a diving catch for like 60 yards. Or maybe he can catch it in stride and like keep going for like a huge touchdown. Like that's kind of like any given play, 3rd and 4, 3rd and 10, 3rd and 12, Penix can just like rip it and like go from the 40-yard line to a touchdown or like to the opponent's 20. He can like flip the field in one play very easily. And Mooney's kind of that guy.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, that makes sense to me. And Mooney, he's still a pretty young player. They paid him good money. I mean, he had a pretty good year last year. So I guess if you think Penix like unlocks even a little bit more, I mean, he already, if he just has a season like last year, he would beat his ADP as is. So if you project any improvement, then yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's a pretty easy pick most of the time.
I think Mooney's splits were actually even better with Kirk Cousins, but Penix's sample size is so small. So I'm still just confident that I was never a big Mooney guy. When Mooney flashed on the Bears, I missed out on that train, and I was like, oh, this is cool from like an outsider's perspective. And then a few seasons later, and he's been injured up and down, and now he's back. And like now I'm just like more than ever, I'm like, this guy's actually got something. He's like a good enough wide receiver 2 in the NFL. He's like kind of, to me, he's like an arbitrage on all the other wide receiver 2s who are going in like rounds 5, 6, 7.
Yeah. Yeah,
like,
I mean, I could see
like
that.
a wide receiver 2 on their given team, like for as well as many as targets go. Trey Harris is there. Scadaboo's there.
I probably lean Scadaboo.
Yeah,
but I'm fine with Harris too.
he may come back around, but Scadaboo's been falling. I'm just so in on Scadaboo. Like I know he's very talented and good, and I think he'll take advantage of the opportunity. I think there's just people who like have never seen him play in college, or like they just don't. They're just not like aware of like who he is and like what he can do.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean that kind of makes sense. He didn't really come from like a powerhouse school. But I think it's like if you're not quite as aware of like his entire profile, it's pretty easy to just dismiss him because like the athleticism isn't really there, right? At least that we
39-inch vertical. I mean, that's like twice my vertical.
Yeah. Well, that was like the only one he did. He's like, I can jump high, so I'll do that one.
It's because he's strong.
Yeah, but I think it's just, I don't know. Like you look at his advanced stuff, like his missed tackle forced and all that, yards after contact. Like he succeeded at the absolute highest level in college. I mean, he carried his team when they didn't have any other offense against like top 5 teams in the nation. So I don't know. I think it's kind of hard to doubt him after that.
What up, fancy dog? What up, Reflect the Sun? We've been Reflect the Sun. We've been talking up a ton of Penix hype. He's a Penix fan, a Washington guy.
Oh
he
yeah,
always appreciates hyping it up. Oh, we should ask him. Well, wait, Steve kind of answered it too, but like Reflect the Sun, like give us all of the propaganda of why Michael Penix Jr. is actually good at scrambling and like running the ball. We need to be re-influenced. Trey Harris is still there. Is there any consideration around a Bateman or a Burden or Goff? Because we missed out on Purdy.
Probably Goff. Yeah. Is this the back end of the board? I mean, it's fine. We'll get Goff.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, because maybe we could have pushed him back, but that's kind of a far fall.
Because the Amon-Ra
should be inside
behind us. Yeah,
behind us.
And I've seen Goff push to like 128. It's not that hard to do. I just kind of felt like we were behind at QB when we missed out on Purdy, and then we didn't get
Yeah.
hurt before that. Tua later could be fine.
Yeah, and then Penix.
Penix is a fun option later, but Goff gives us just one piece where it's like, okay, we at least aren't going to be strapped at QB to make Penix or Tua work.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not like forced to like pull them up a ton or something just to get a stack QB. We feel like pretty good now. And that was our biggest bet because we had JMO and Laporta.
Yeah, even though it's not our highest, it's still round 4 and round 7 draft capital. That's pretty strong. And then I think Tyreek is our next clearest option to like we would want Tua probably, but
Yeah.
how much of Tyreek's success is tied to Tua? I guess it kind of is.
Probably most of it. Yeah.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah, because I think just when Tua's not in, like that offense is so dysfunctional. I think all the pieces kind of die when he's not there.
I mean, that's what happened last year, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, like I mean, because even A-Chain, like no one did anything really when they had the backup in, right? They were just like horrible every week.
Yeah, that was not fun.
Yeah. Well, yeah, because like A-Chain, it's like crazy when you break up his splits if you just take out like the 4 games where Tua didn't play. Like, it's just insane, especially how many receptions he was getting and stuff. But yeah, just their whole offense was kind of terrible without Tua. Which, is the risk you take, but I don't know. It's not like concussions are the stickiest kind of injury. Like you're maybe more likely, but it's not like I don't know. It's not like a lower leg injury or something that's gonna like hamper your play.
Hartman, are you a hockey guy?
I follow the Red Wings, but I'm not like a super big hockey guy. I know the draft's tomorrow. But I just follow the home team.
Oh, nice. Like the team you grew up kind of like watching.
Yeah.
Tootin, or is this crazy and we need to go somewhere else?
We go Tootin. We could also go like Tucker Craft for Love, but
I couldn't get there. Sorry, I was.
Oh no, that's good.
Too slow.
Tootin's my highest owned player by far. So
is he really? I don't know if I fully knew that.
Oh yeah, I got like 30% or something crazy.
I'm pretty high on the Jags. I'm 10% BTJ, 10% Hunter, 1% ETN, 14% Tootin, 15% Lawrence, 3% Bigsby, 8% Strange, 4% Diami, 1% Parker, Washington. If I updated this, it'd probably be a little bit higher ETN because I think I've clicked him in some of my slows and more recently. But I've moved him back down in my ranks. And then in the big board, Trevor Lawrence was my second or third highest QB.
Yeah, I had more in the big board of the Jaguars passing attack. I don't know. Right. I'm a little bit lower on all of them. So do we want, or we don't have to grab a QB here, right?
We don't have to.
Well, because London should be on the other side.
You want to go Spears?
Yeah, that's fine.
Or do you hate Spears?
Yeah. No, I think Spears is a fine pick. I think I'm like at field on him or whatever. Like he's just, I don't think he has as much standalone value as like some people think.
Yeah.
I think Tony Pollard just kind of owns that backfield when healthy. But Spears, when Pollard gets hurt, like Spears definitely has enough juice to break off big games. And he did it last year. So
we get him like 8 picks past ADP, and I don't know how much standalone value he has. So we actually do need some of like, I think Harvey is obviously got standalone, and then I think Scadaboo does too. Tootin, you'd hope he does, but like it's just a big committee at some point and have to win out. And then Spears, I think, is our first contingent play running back. So I didn't really think we loved any of the options at wide receiver there. And we didn't have to force another tight end because we had Laporta. And so then it was like, do we take a QB? But the QB that we would stack for our teams, it's not like the right time to take them.
Yeah, well, I was only thinking Penix. I don't know who has the Dolphins pieces, but like if we wanted Penix and Tua,
Right.
So yeah, obviously Penix is behind us. Who has
Waddle's
Waddle?
here for our deal, and he
Okay.
already has Fields and McCarthy.
Oh, okay. And he only has Waddle, and the guy right after us only has Jonnu.
And the guy right after has Jonnu as well, and so they're kind of split. So they're the teams on our right seem pretty QB needy. Tim Chubarov has one. Wai has one. Broseph Blaze has one QB. And then Beast Boys has two with Love and Baker. We've got one. Paul's got one. Fantasy Dog's got one. So I think this is the time to strike on.
Oh yeah, definitely. We need to get Penix.
And do you think because of the ADP we can push Tua? Because he also got actually by ADP, Tua's right up.
I think Penix though, because the guy after us has London. So I know I'm fine with either. I like both QBs.
I like Penix
we have a bigger
more.
bet on Tua. Okay, then yeah.
We have a bigger bet on Tua. There's a better chance Tua comes back around. I still don't think he will, but I'll also be okay if we don't get him.
Well, I think
and with Tua, it's. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say there's still Stafford, Geno, Cam Ward. I think Ridley's on this side. Probably some of the Rams pieces. So they might favor one of those guys. Where we know the Drake London guy would take Penix for sure.
Yes, and that's a great point. Also people might not be some drafters might not be oh, I need to stack up my third QB with my tight end.
Yeah. Yeah, but especially when that's all you have.
He goes unstacked to Broseph Blaze.
He had A-Chain.
Okay, I'm just an idiot. I forgot to look for that.
Yeah. I just noticed it. Yeah, that's fine. So I don't know. I mean, we're good enough to stop at 2 QBs if we want, right?
Especially if we believe we just hyped up Michael Penix Jr. for an hour.
Yeah. We have 2 Lions pieces with Goff. Goff actually has a decent floor just because they are so high scoring. Do
we do Pitts or we keep pushing them?
I mean, I guess we could pick them. I'm fine with it unless you see something else you like more. I mean,
I like Pat Bryant.
That's fine. Yeah.
I just don't like Pitts. I've got him ranked way behind ADP, and then I thought we kind of do want to circle back to wide receiver before too late. We're super strong up front, but we could stop that could be our last receiver. We could just be done at receiver with those 6 now.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we kind of have a lot of luxury picks because we could stop at 2 QB. We could stop at 2 tight end. We can stop at 5 running backs, obviously. So we kind of, I mean, I think we kind of just best player available. Other than we need a tight end, obviously.
You've convinced me. I think this should be a 2-5-6-2 build. So we're just gonna not draft. How many? That would be 2, 7. I should have done the math already. 7, 13, 4. We don't need the last 4 picks. We're gonna build this team off our first 14 picks. And then, or no, wait, that'd be 15. I can't. Luckily, Best Ball Jeopardy is not at 12:34 a.m. Central Time because I can't do simple math at this hour. But 7 plus 7 plus 1 would be 15. So yeah, we pretty much can wrap this draft up at the 15th pick, and then maybe just throw it to autopilot for the last 3 because it won't matter because we've already got this team figured out. So
yeah, no, I mean, I mean, it's really an easy game. The game is beatable.
Oh, okay, here we
Pretty
go.
much it's that simple.
Reflect the Sun. You probably already read this in the chat, and we're about to make another pick. But yeah, we'll come back to that. We'll hold that thought for the big Penix energy. Daddle's still there. I don't think we need the extra running back, but it's not
Wait,
the actually. Oh, go ahead.
Did Pitts go?
Yes.
'Cause it's not ranked. So okay, yeah, he did. Okay, yeah.
Strange
What were
way
you
past
saying, Dowdle?
ADP. What's that?
Or what were you gonna throw out?
I mean, I just like Dowdle, but we don't need a running back.
I mean, I'd probably grab a tight end because I see two teams with one team with 0.
Yeah.
So whoever you like best. Yeah.
I just let it hit Strange. I'm right at the field or a little bit above on him. He doesn't like play into specifically anything we have. Team stack with Tootin. You could argue that.
A few weeks ago, I thought you were saying he was the worst pick on the board.
I know, but his ADP keeps falling. He was pick 150. Now
Yeah.
he's pick 165, and we take him at 176. And
Yeah.
You know,
No. I think he's a fine pick.
you're right though. You just
now that
reminded
he's
me.
fallen
Actually, I
some.
wish we could rewind that. I would have taken Ertz. But
Yeah.
also we have the same bye week 8. So we don't we have luxury picks. We still don't have to take a third tight end. Like you just kind of punt for 1 week, but we also don't have to sacrifice a week because I don't think we're taking 3. Well, maybe we go like super late QB. I just like Dart with Scadaboo is not really enough of a connection. It's decent though, but
so we're good at running back. We probably want one more receiver. Is that what you're thinking, or you think
receiver, whatever makes sense?
I mean, we could set up a Dart thing. We could get like Slayton. I don't know if he should be here. Yeah,
I thought he would be. Do you see him? There he is.
yeah.
Aaron Rodgers
I mean,
is already gone, and then
yeah, just like an idea. We don't have to do that.
I'm not opposed to it.
Yeah, I mean, unless you see anything else you like, maybe look at tight end quick.
I don't like the tight ends available for this range.
Yeah. That'd be fine too.
Yeah, I just remembered a bring back.
Oh yeah, for Mooney or for Atlanta, yeah.
I don't think we don't have any bringbacks for our 2 stacks, do we?
No,
That's
it didn't
okay.
really line up well.
Just
I mean,
didn't
it's
line up.
hard to get Rams bringbacks other than like the really, really late guys or the really early guys. The Rams don't really have anyone in the mid tier.
That's true. I like the late ones though. I take a little bit of Tutu. I think Bindles is pretty in on Tutu. It's a player that I was in on early, and then I didn't see enough. I was out on, and now I'm kind of back in on him just from like the way they talk about using him.
Yeah, I mean, I think if he's gonna get a bigger like percentage of routes, or even just maybe not bigger percentage of routes, but like more designed plays or something, then I mean, he's always given spike week upside. So I really don't hate him when he's an 18th round pick, especially as a bring back. A guy like that could hit your lineup 1 week, just randomly.
Imagine drafting a receiver that is not Puka Nacua or Devontae Adams, but plays in the same offense. Imagine doing that and thinking it's a good idea. That's what I come back to. I'm like, wait a second. Probably don't draft the teammate of one of the instant Hall of Famer, like Devontae Adams, essentially. And then Puka is like breaking records as a rookie. But Puka does get injured. Thing is, when he gets injured, it's going to be Jordan Whittington coming in, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I just think, offense, we expect to score pretty well. Like, I mean, yeah, it's not like Tutu is going to be a feature piece, but, he can spike a little, and that's about all you can really hope for a 18th round receiver. Probably not tight end, right? Unless you really like any.
We could just punt the week 8 issue and just say it doesn't matter.
Yeah. So do you want to do like Jarquez then Dart?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, because we could get a tight end if you want. I'm kind of okay with just the week 8 like buys, but we could get like Jawan or Conklin.
Yeah, I'm trying to think it through. Like, what else would make sense? Another week 8 bye, but Terrence Ferguson would be a bring back for the Penix and all that. He goes anyways, and I didn't think I was actually going to do it.
Yeah.
Taking
Yeah, I
3 tight
think
ends and having all 3 on a week 8 bye, that's a little egregious. But at the same time, it could be what you need.
yeah, I mean, it'd be fine. It's fine to kind of punt the bye week, but I mean, we took Laporta pretty high too, so I don't know if like a Terrence Ferguson does much. I mean, I guess we could go QB tight end, or we don't really need a receiver, so probably not receiver. Yeah, I don't know. What are you leaning towards right now? Probably probably Dart or
I think Dart.
Coker wouldn't be bad either.
I'm thinking probably Dart.
All right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we have 2 Giants pieces too, so
Or we just go
doesn't feel too
Juwan
bad.
Johnson and say like, no, it's better to have another out in the playoff weeks for tight end.
That way, at least we score like 2 points week 8 at tight end.
Dart's probably the better pick, right?
I think I would lean towards that. Yeah, I mean, it's just with like a guy like Jawan, like he shouldn't hit your lineup in a normal week because we have Laporta, right? We took a tight end pretty high, and so you're betting that one of like the 4 or 5 weeks this year, maybe that Jawan gets a touchdown. It happens to be week 8, and it's like
Laporta also doesn't already have a touchdown. Yeah, it's kind of yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it would have been a bad pick by any means, but Dart gives us more upside probably.
I think so. It's a fun pick. So Reflect the Sun. Penix has huge hands. He's good friends with Gino, who's also a good ball thrower. Let me go back to this. Warren Mood called him the best QB to ever play at Washington, and then he said it at least left-handed. Ha ha ha. 0 sacks with the mid O line except for the tackles versus Texas in that bowl game. The guy ran 4.4s on his pro day too. 4.30 and 2 tuds. One hog chat. Oh, that's what I'm asking for. This is great. Fantasy Dog was cooking in this one. Let's check it out.
Okay.
Oh my god.
4, 5, 7, 2. Oh, handcuff the QB.
Wow.
Heads up. Must have like JSN or something or Cup, right?
I like the running backs.
Yeah, the running backs are actually really
IT.
nice. Yeah, Bijan. That and that's a really solid running back room.
Honestly, the receivers aren't. It's a little thin once you get past Jerry Jeudy,
Yeah,
but I don't hate it.
It's like okay because the top 3 are good enough to carry most weeks. It just is like, it's kind of almost like a hyper fragile, like at receiver in a way, because it's like you only have 3 guys that you feel consistently good about, but if they keep hitting all year, then I mean, it's not. I mean, it's pretty solid in that case.
He doesn't
And
have a
then
single Seahawk.
that's a little surprising to me.
I think it's fun though, Fantasy Dollar. I think you cooked up like a very unique team.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely don't think it's like, I think it's viable for sure because like it doesn't feel crazy weak anywhere. It's just
The running backs seem insanely strong.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the biggest strength of the team by far. I mean, got the elite QB. What the tight ends look like? So pretty solid tight end room too. Got an elite QB. Got Seattle all like, Seattle's covered, so it doesn't matter who's starting.
Right.
I mean, yeah,
It's an interesting way to play it. It's like slightly punting the second half of your wide receivers,
yeah,
but getting super strong everywhere else.
yeah. I mean, I definitely think it can be viable. It might be like pushing it at receiver, but your top three are good enough that if they're pretty consistent, then it could be pretty viable. And
Yeah.
then running backs obviously always filling the flex.
And you'll
So,
always see me drafting Thielen and Pierce. I got 14% Thielen. I'm hovering, but
no,
I
you
don't
gotta
know.
go with like the team names, like where it says us. Yeah.
There it is. 19% Pierce.
Wow.
Yeah, it got high. It's because I do the barbell approach to wide receivers. I take a lot of them early. I take a few of them late, and I don't take them in the middle very much. And then Pierce is one of those early, late guys. And so it's like I'm usually due for a receiver at that point, and I just think he's a spike week guy. Like he can hit the lineup over. Like usually it's like, okay, I love my first 4 or 5 wide receivers. They all went in the first 70 picks or 75 picks. What would it take to outscore one of them? Assuming they don't even dud, assuming they just put up like an average week, I would need like an Alec Pierce touchdown, 60-yard touchdown to like overcome maybe an average week from, I don't know. Let's just whoever it could be. Chris Olave.
Chris Olave. Yeah. His weeks are pretty easy to overcome though. He doesn't have the ability to spike.
Oh no.
No, I like Olave. No, yeah, no, I mean that makes sense. Like get the more deep threat guys. Like him, like the Slayton, AD Mitchell kind of deep threat guy. But yeah, that makes sense.
I like that. Penix, the next Mahomes. You heard it here first.
Hmm.
Yo, what up? What up, Ryan? How you doing, brother? Hope you're having a great Friday morning, depending on your time zone. Thursday night. Time for Dynasty question. Yes, always. And then appreciate you being here. You can always shoot your Dynasty questions into the chat. There's a ton of sharp guys around here that will eventually answer, even if I don't see it, because I'm usually a little bit behind. But I'm happy to answer it if you got a Dynasty question. That sounds cool. You got to get AR if no one does. I'm not drafting AR, but I got 2% AR, and that was before the news of the shoulder. But if you think he's worth a shot, I mean, play to win the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, AR can spike if if AR's in the lineup, he can spike. So I don't hate it. I'm also not really picking him right now just because it's kind of risky, but
Right.
I don't know. I definitely see the vision, like for sure.
For sure. Let me turn this off real quick. Whoops.
Yeah, I mean if AR is playing, then he can spike. He can be a top 3, top 5 QB on the week. It's just a lot of risk, but with a QB room like that too, I guess you already have a lot of safety, so you're not really too worried.
Ooh, Arroyo Seattle could have been a pick. Yeah.
Mhm.
Who knows? The super team. Yeah, there's been some Arroyo hype. My only concern about Arroyo is I could make a similar case. All of the pieces that were around Cam Ward in Miami, are they actually good, or is Cam Ward just him? Because like Arroyo got some draft capital. Actually, he's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Restrepo, I think, is a pure product of Cam Ward, but I could be completely wrong. Maybe he hits. He's going to play with Cam Ward again, so that's kind of like a fun combo. And then Damian Martinez seems like he was elevated by Cam Ward's offense a little bit too, to an extent. And then who else do we have over there? I don't know. Just Cam Ward seems like an elevator.
Well, and also just with Arroyo, like how much playing time will he get? You showed earlier your other Seattle pass catcher exposures. you're not picking a ton of Cup, not picking a ton of JSN.
Right.
Do you really want to get a more like side piece of this offense when you're not even betting on the main pieces?
Nope. Yeah, imagine being in an offense with Cooper Kupp, who is not completely dust, and then just JSN, who is like talented but in a bad spot with a. We'll call Sam Darnold an okay quarterback, just to be nice. When he's not playing with Kevin O'Connell, he's typically worse. And Arroyo is, yeah. So it's hard to see Arroyo being a guy you need to have to win something like this. But in like a dynasty format, maybe he's intriguing. But I'm not drafting a lot of Arroyo.
Yeah.
Okay, Hartman, put on your dynasty hat for a second. Let's big brain this. Would you send Josh Allen? So I immediately, when someone says, "Would you send Josh Allen?" My immediate answer is no. But let's figure out what's going on. Would you send him for a 27 first? Oh, and a 27 first for Bijan, 3 first next year. Okay, so you get Bijan.
So basically, Josh Allen for Bijan and 3 first next year, because they're both
also a 27 first.
But they're both
swapping. So you're swapping that. So yeah, you're right. Well, I think Josh Allen is worth 3 base firsts. So if you're getting free Bijan,
yeah, probably do it. I mean, he has Dak, Goff, Penix. So he's good on depth. He might lose a little ceiling at QB, but that's probably worth it, right, for the return?
I guess so. Also, and this is a few steps removed, and I don't have. I guess I have the. I don't know if I can. I don't know how to share the link to a Discord, but Ryan, if you go into the description and you go to Bindle's Twitter, Bindles has the link to his Discord in his Twitter. I think I'm putting you down the right path, but you can find Bindles. You can find his Discord. One of his Discord. What do you call the rooms in a Discord?
Servers?
No, like one of them's called like Dynasty Rankings. One of them's called like Dynasty Trades. Like the subs, like the sub, like channels. God, I can never remember that. One of the channels in Bindle's Discord is his Dynasty ranks for free, and it tells you like what players are worth and things. And then also has a trade question channel. So like that's a little bit more dynasty centric. Bindles is like pretty into dynasties in like 40 or 60 leagues, and like he asks a lot of dynasty questions frequently. And so like I would put you in that direction for a lot of good free resources of people that of resources that I use and people that I ask about my dynasty questions. Yeah, thanks for throwing your question in. I think Hartman and I both are intrigued that it seems like you're getting a free Bijan and then paying a market price for Josh Allen.
Oh, and I dropped Bindle's Discord in the chat.
Hell yeah. Doing the Lord's work, Hartman. I was getting too lazy. I was like, I could find it. I thought I put it in my description to the video, but apparently it's not there. But yeah, join the Bindles Discord. We're growing. It's fun. I'm in there. I check it out. You can watch. You can see it. There's a lot of things to people's other, like, I'll say you can watch people talk about like their trades they're making and stuff too. There we go. Yo, what up, Chris B? Thanks for stopping by. Hope you're having a great night, my man. Always appreciate it. So kind. What a nice guy. Yeah, the Fant trade. There's the Discord. Check out the Discord. It's fun if you're in a Discord. You know what's crazy, Hartman? I don't know how long you've been on Discord. I realized, like the other day, I've been on Discord for almost 10 years now.
Really? I
joined it in 2026 when I was playing Diablo 2, Lord of Destruction, and I was running with some guys who were streamers, and I'd be like, I didn't stream, but I'd be like I'm playing with them, and we're like running the ladder. I don't know how familiar you are with like Lord of Destruction.
Not very familiar.
That's all right. That's all
Unfortunately.
right. It's an old game for old people who like, you know, it's like the thing that was like super popular right before World of Warcraft like took over. But it's like
I'm
still in my
even.
was that
I, I'm like post World of Warcraft even.
Jesus
Like
Christ.
that's like I know that game, but like I never even played that. Like
Yeah.
I don't know. That's like slightly before my time. Uh,
Don't say that to me.
yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
League of Legends. That's my game.
Yeah, that you
There
were you
it is.
saying that last night? Is that what you were saying was League? Was like the one that you were playing a bunch?
Oh yeah.
We were reminiscing a little bit last night. But anyways, I joined Discord so I could like hang out with these people and like we'd talk stuff and like set up times to like go do certain quests, you can call them, or like runs, or like join
Mhm.
servers together and do certain things. Like so it was a way to get organized around video games back then. And then now it's just like I never thought Discord would get bought by Microsoft and then become like a huge like Discord is like one of the more popular forums or like places to like interact. I think like
Oh yeah.
it's overtaking Twitter. I think if it hasn't already
Yeah, it is like
for
I don't
quality.
know.
It's high
Yeah.
quality.
Yeah, 'cause it feels like way more like I don't know, it's like a community, right? Like they're all like their own communities and stuff.
Yeah,
So yeah, it feels way more like you kind of like know the people than like Twitter, like regular social media or something. But I guess that also kind of limits it in a way for like growth and everything too. So,
and
goods
I'm
and
I'm
bads.
definitely like more of a lurker on Discord because like I just don't have time to like be chatting constantly. But there's just certain servers where like I try to read most of the things going on certain channels,
Mhm.
and then there's like premium. Um, there's like premium uh Discords that have I don't know.
Oh yeah, like Coach Speak Index or something.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
that one. Like I try not to miss anything in there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the only one I make sure I catch like try to catch everything. Um I don't know, the other ones it's just like sometimes I'll, pop in, pop out, you
Yeah,
know.
like and you're a leg up sub, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that Discord premium or is it for everyone?
Um to be honest, I'm not actually in that one.
Okay. I don't
Yeah, I
know if
never
that one
joined theirs. I don't know.
I think it's just for everyone. I don't think it's like it is premium, Steph says? Okay, sorry. I
Mm.
I've been a leg up subscriber since day one, so I wouldn't know if it wasn't like I'm not I don't keep up as much though, but like there's a lot of overlap. And then yeah, and then certain people it's like if you are a certain tier on their YouTube, you get access to their Discord. That's kind of a cool way to do it too. And then some people do it through Patreon. Like there's some golf Discords that I'm in that are Patreon. I'm a
Mhm.
Patreon sub to like get access to it because like they give out like either golf bets or like picks and things um that they have to like monetize because you can't just like give away your edge if you're doing like hundreds of hours of research over course of time. And then but also,
Right.
I use like when I draft the scramble, I use a model that I download from a premium golf Patreon subscription that I get access to the Discord, um, and then it's I don't know if you follow any of the golf guys on Twitter, but the model maniac Byron Lindq, he hangs out with like the Mayo Media Network and like Pat Mayo and stuff, and does a bunch of golf content with the Fantasy Degenerates is like his podcast. So he has like this. They have like the whole world going on for like fantasy golf. But he
Mhm.
builds a bunch of Google Sheets models that are like very sophisticated, but also just like it's Google Sheets, it's just formulas and stuff. But it's names and it's stats and it's course information. And then I was using that to draft teams for the scramble this year because last year I did the scramble and I did the albatross. I had 3 teams in the finals for the albatross, and I had one team get 5th, which was like awesome. But then for the scrambles, I didn't even get out of the quarterfinals to the I had 0 teams in the semifinals, and I was like, what happened? So like the scramble, just there's so many more tournaments. You have to like stack the tournaments so that you don't have players. Like you can't have 10 players in 1 week and then 0 in the next. It's better to have like 5 and 5 or like 6 and 6, right?
Right. That makes sense.
Versus the Albatross is just the majors, so it's like you hope all the players are playing every one of them, if not like 3 out of 4. But so anyway, so I used his model this year, and then I also drafted some teams like off my own ranks and stuff, and then I ended up getting 2 of my scrambles teams into the finals. One of them right now, we can look at it. It's moving up. Drafts, because you've got your, was it just 1 or you have 2 Albatross left?
I just have 1 left.
1 left. Yeah, but yours looks good. I don't have any
Need
Albatross.
Bryson to pull through.
Need Bryson to pull through. I got some bad luck this year, unfortunately. So oh no, it went down. It was higher. It just goes up and down so one of them's around 100. It was top 25 last time I checked, but now it's 36. So like look at the names on this team, like Kevin Hughes, one of my ringers. Ben Griffin's been killing it. And then of course I've got like Scheffler and like Clark, who are also in like the Albatross, but then like Sam Stevens, Harry Hall, like the golfers in the scramble, it's like a lot of different picks than you would take in the Albatross.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, like I don't even know some of those people, to be honest.
Also, kind of weird that Underdog doesn't put Taiwan as his country of origin. They leave it blank. That's a little bit suspect.
That's because Taiwan's not a real country. It's part of China. Right? That's what they say, right? Yeah.
Well, then why doesn't it just say China?
That's facts. Underdog Chinese doesn't want to offend. They don't want to offend either side. They're riding the fence on that one.
I guess so. Or maybe Underdog's backed by some like Chinese private equity or something. Who knows?
Yeah.
Just speculating. This has been Golf Talk with Hartman and Candyman. But I'm super bummed. I wanted to repeat and make more finals for the Albatross because I love the sweat as well. But at least I have some scramble teams in, and it also ends on the Open, so it ends in the exact same week as the Albatross. So pulling for one of those teams, probably the one that's doing a little bit better to come through. We'll see.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's always just fun though. Like, I don't know. Like you got a shot, right? Either way, so. That's the fun part. Well, I mean, you had one that was doing like pretty damn good. So
oh yeah, and the volatility, it was 25 out of 351 like 6 hours ago. So and like today was Thursday, right? So like tomorrow it'll change again as the tournament goes on. The Rocket Classic in Detroit this week. So
sorry if you said it, I might not caught it. How long does this like that round go, or is that's the final, huh?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. I don't know if I have like a super quick way to pull it up. I can pull it up here. Okay, light mode. Actually, I hid my toolbar because I didn't want to. Okay, let me open. This is probably risky, but recent and then. So this is one of them. So like this is how I would draft the teams. Like as a tool, it's dynamically updates when you like draft players. So if I like clear the queue of like the players, you can see how this like fills out up here. This was for. Yeah, no, I think this was the original because it was 4 rounds and each one has 7 events. So we're currently in the 4th round, the final, and we're in the 4th event of the 4th round, which is the Rocket right here. So we just had the Canadian Open, the US Open, the Travelers is what just finished. And then now we're starting the Rocket. Then there's the John Deere, the Scottish Open, and then the Open at Royal Troon. So it's still like we're not even halfway through the finals. So technically my team that's like and this is I loaded one of the teams in here to see like how it lined up. I think I just messed something up because that week's not working. But even then, like this is like projected schedules because you have to draft the teams before like they announce like the players' schedules can change. So like Kevin Yu, he withdrew from the Rocket Classic like 2 days ago.
Oh, okay.
And he's on both of my finals teams.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So I get one less tournament on both of my teams. So like that's not gonna help me win the whole thing, but I still could win because like other people too, like you know. So I don't know. The scramble is very, very.
When you
detailed.
still could put in a full lineup too, right?
I'd have to check. I think in both of them, I'm maxing at 5.
Oh, okay.
So like I missed out on. The way I built these teams, like I don't know why this is showing 3. I think that's messed up or something. But the 6 that I have here was that I was planning on having 6 players available in this tournament, and now it's actually 5 because like one of them withdrew that wasn't expected.
Oh, okay. So that's not right, because this is from before, so that's not updated.
Yeah, this is from February.
Him withdrawing.
I
Right,
drafted
okay.
this team on February 18th.
Oh wow. Wow, that's kind of crazy.
So this is it's a long season. There's 4x7, so there's 28 events, and we've only got 4 left. So it's been fun. I like the golf season. I'm really into the best ball format for golf too. Whether it's the majors only, which is like a lot easier, like not easier in a bad way, but just like there's only 4 events, there's 4 legs, and so it's like very easy to concentrate on. And then this one is like the season long. It's pretty crazy, but I got really into it this year. I was drafting teams. No, sorry, this is 218. 218. I guess that makes sense. Oh, it was no wait. One of them. This might have been a returns draft from 218, but this was so like this was a returns that I did on 218 because the returns was only 3 rounds like this. The original, and this is the same tab. I just pulled it forward. I drafted this team in December because the scramble closed like 2 days after Christmas.
So in scramble, returns is basically like resurrection drafts, right?
Exactly. Yeah, look, they started it like midway through.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, that makes sense then.
It started with the Masters versus starting it when the season started, which would be the Century, and the Masters is like halfway into the season.
Oh, okay. Huh. So
also
and then
cool go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I was just gonna ask, like the last one in round 4, is that technically the end of like the golf season and then a new one starts? Oh, okay.
They standardized the golf. There's always been a golf season, but they really standardized it in the last like 4 years. And so these events will repeat every year. Only some of the locations changes. Like all of these will be at the same place, except for like where they have the PGA and the US Open and the Open are like 3 that rotate. Otherwise it's like the same venues and the same time and the same month in the same weeks and all that stuff. And then it ends on the Open. It's the last major. But then after that, there's the FedEx Cup playoffs. So they have like a playoff series. And there's actually a best ball format for that too, which was the first one I ever did back in 2023. For that golf season, I started. It's called the Pup Cup on Underdog. And it's kind of like NBA playoff best ball or like NFL playoff best ball, where your team or your golfer could like not even make it to the next event. Like it's a 3-stage event and your player could play in week 1 and then like get cut before week 2 because they only take a certain ranking of players that move on to each event. So the last event is only 30. The last event's 30 players, and the draft pool is like 100 players, and the first event is 70. It goes 70, 50, 30. So like you want to draft like a team of like 8 or 10 guys because it's 10 rounds. You'd want to draft like 8 or 10 guys that make it to the top 30. That's like super elite. That'd be like you'd have a really good chance to win. But most people end up with like 6 or 5 out of the 30 by the time it gets there. And if you're one of the teams with 5, you pretty much can't win. If you have 6, you're going to be like a top team.
Oh, wow. Wow. I guess that does kind of make sense, but yeah, I mean, that's a pretty cool format.
Yeah, it'll be coming around pretty soon. I think it comes around probably in like the next month. So we'll be on the lookout for that. I'll be streaming some of those for sure. Cause I just like it. It's just fun. It's just one more thing to sweat. And it also perfectly, like, the golf season perfectly lines up. At least the golf drafting is like right before football drafting. And then the golf season is like all spring and summer. And then football starts. Like when golf ends, it's like kickoff weekend of football.
Yeah.
Or not perfectly lined up, but
that's
it's like pretty
cool.
close.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty cool, like schedule wise too. Yeah, I'm not too much of a golf guy, but I mean it is, I don't know, I've got a little bit more into it this year, mainly just like sweating the albatrosses, but
Yeah.
it is interesting. Like I don't know. I used to be more into it, but I don't know. I don't follow it too close.
I used to do some fantasy like not dailies because like you'd set it for a whole tournament, but I would just do like a tournament based like fantasy lineup back in like probably 2020. But I've been like watching golf like my whole life. Like Tiger Woods was like my favorite athlete like growing up. So I've just been like watching golf and like playing it a little bit, but like just something to talk about with like my brother and my dad too. So it's like we'll talk about football, we'll talk about golf, like baseball, like, you know, maybe occasionally like, you know, basketball too, but mostly like if me and my dad are like just hanging out on the weekends, it's like, oh, do you see what Scotty Scheffler did? That's like easy conversation. So it's like I'm always following the PGA Tour. And then it's like best ball, why not? Why not best ball format? Like, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and it is I mean it is pretty fun. It was kind of fun, like I just kind of remember like drafting them, like getting more into it and kind of researching them and stuff. It's always fun kind of learning about like learning about like a new sport, like in a way, or like who's good, who's a good pick, stuff like that. Like, you know what I mean? It's just fun researching like not the norm.
Fantasy Dog is a very good golfer. He sent me some golf swing tips back earlier this summer. Dang, that's tough. Yeah, golf is it takes a huge physical toll. It's so the repetitive movements. Like I just know people who are golfers go through a lot of injuries. See, look, Fantasy Dog wants to set us up hitting 300-yard drives. Been there, done that. Surprisingly, I can hit a 300-yard drive, but I'm just not consistent these days. I just don't play enough. But my brother, we're gonna be going out to Fort Lauderdale for his bachelor party pretty soon, and we're gonna be golfing on Saturday when we're out there. So that'll be fun. And then I just need to golf more. My local golf course is where they play the Houston Open. So like where I live in Houston here, when I go to golf, I play at Memorial Golf Course. It's a public golf course, but it's also where they host the Texas Children's Houston Open, which is like it's a professional tournament. It's a very hard golf course.
Yeah, man, that's really cool.
Well, not like growing up because like now I just live like in the city, but growing up we just had like a normal neighborhood course, and it doesn't actually exist anymore. The course that I grew up playing, like doesn't actually exist. It's like gone. They turned it into flood water retention areas because it's been flooding in Houston. If you haven't looked at the news for the last 15, 25 years, it floods about every other year. It flooded today. I was getting home from work and I had to turn around, take different streets. There was a flash flooding and like streets were just like cars were like stopped in the water.
Oh wow.
It happens.
Yeah,
it's hurricane season, but it wasn't even a hurricane. It was just like a tropical flash flood, rainy afternoon.
Really? Wow, that's crazy. I mean, I've heard about that, but like, yeah, that is just wild. It can happen so quick like that.
It rained for less than 2 hours, and there was standing water blocking roads that was like 2-3 feet deep in certain spots, and like it accumulates, right? Because it's a concrete jungle kind of thing. Like It's like just not good drainage, all the concrete, all the big buildings. So, but yeah, I'm open to it. I could always use some swing tips. Yeah, golf is fun on Underdog. We'll get into it. As soon as the Pup Cup opens, we'll be getting back into it. They have daily stuff, but I don't really do those. They're kind of hard to win, and I'm just not a big daily person.
Yeah, I just stick to WNBA.
Yeah, and he's not joking. How's the WNBA bankroll going?
Not bad. I think like this week I'm up like about $100. So
Nice.
not not too bad. I had one night that was like see, the thing is, in that one, it feels like even when you lose, you don't lose like that huge. But I had one night I lost like a decent chunk because like some random like last round pick went off, and I didn't have as much exposure to them. So then
That's
it's
crazy.
like that's the downside. Like if there's a 6th rounder that goes off and you don't have like a ton of exposure to them, you're just like cooked.
Makes sense. I was just checking to see how filled it is. It's 73% filled. Last night when we logged off about this time or a little bit earlier, it was
Like
it was 50. I think it was 50% filled. So it went 23%. That means it will be filled by tomorrow night.
Yeah.
I have 7 left.
I think I have 5 left.
Damn, I don't know how I'm gonna get to do 7 between now and tomorrow night. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. I think I'm just gonna like chill, and then we'll be streaming Saturday. So looking forward to it, man. Thanks for coming on. This was real fun. Always good talking ball. Talking through the FFPC stuff was cool. We did some sick drafts. That one team was so correlated. That one wide receiver group, that one team we did.
Oh, yeah. Every single one, 7 receivers, all stacked or bringbacks.
I might have to post that into the Discords to get some fire emojis.
Yeah, I wish you could like. I kind of wish you could screenshot the team like where it's like the full team view, but it has all the little overlay stuff. Like, that would be, but I don't think you can do it on. There's no way to do it on a computer. Where you like just like
it's too hard to zoom out,
right? Yeah, but yeah,
because like here's my Greyhound. We'll just test it on this. Yeah, I just can't really zoom out enough.
Right.
Because then it becomes just too tall.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I mean, I think that team definitely came out like super good. I mean, I think both of them, I think we did 2 drafts, right? Or 3?
I don't remember. I know I did one as you were coming on.
Right.
I haven't labeled my poodles for like the last couple days.
I think we only did one more then.
So I think I did this one as you were coming on, right? With Dimes, the last pick. And then this is this is the super correlated one with Dimes. And then this is the last one with Dart. So we did a lot of Dimes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, and all like 17th, 18th round QB.
Into it, I guess, lately. I've been talking about it, so it makes sense. Look at this running back room. So many rookies. And it's not even like it seems fine, but it's kind of aggressive.
Well, and I think that's okay though to shoot for all that upside, even if you're getting a little more downside, because pick 8, you made the bet that CMC is, a top 3, top 5 running back this year, right? So I think you can go a little more risky with the rest of your guys, like not as proven when you're making that bet on CMC so early.
That's it. Yeah, that makes a ton of sense here. Fantasy Dog, you're too nice. Appreciate you, brother. Reflect the Sun. Always good to see you in here. True OGs. Holding it down in the chat. What was I going to say? I don't know. But I'm excited for the FFPC draft this Saturday night. Probably not streaming tomorrow. Probably going to just wait until Saturday. So I'll be ripping these poodles offline. I'm sure it's going to close Anything else for the people, Hartman? I think we've touched on it all.
Yeah, I think we got to it all. I actually think I'm gonna be on a stream immediately after this.
You're going with Nick. You're going on Nick's stream?
Yeah.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
Nick Bach, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it's pretty late my time, so I'm gonna go hit the hay, but I'll hop in there and say what up, slap a like. So if y'all are still up, if you want to see some more draft action, go over to Nick Bach's channel. Hartman's about to pop over there. I'm gonna stop in and say hey. Appreciate y'all being here. Everyone have a great Friday, a good weekend, and I'll see y'all real soon. Tune back in Saturday night. Hartman and I are gonna draft a big gorilla. It's gonna be a good time. Let's kick it to the outro. Peace.